very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
Coming to you from the studio, located in the Nemesis stars, planet X. The truth is the truth, is the truth. Try the best, try the best.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a lift.
Welcome everyone to the Best Damn Podcast. I am your host, Keen. As always, I would like to thank you guys for joining me. Ask that you please add, follow, and check us out. www.spreaker.com/user/Best Damn Podcast. Also, check us out, thebestdampodcast.tv. Follow me, Instagram, Best Damn Podcast. Twitter at The Real Best Damn, and wherever you're watching from, please make sure to hit the like, share this, get it out there. That way people can see it, and leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Also, guys, keep in mind we're completely viewer powered. I'm going to go ahead and switch the camera off. It looks like I'm getting a little bit of lag there, so everybody in the chat, I do appreciate you guys for joining me. Keep in mind we're viewer powered. That means we're fully funded and supported by you, the listener, and the viewer. So if you'd like to donate and support to the channel, it's greatly appreciated. You can do so with the links below in the description, wherever you're watching from: PayPal, Venmo, Patreon, Cash App, or Facebook Messenger Pay. And big ups and much love to all of you guys who do support. I really do appreciate it. Tonight we're going to be looking at the celestial bodies. And you know what? I think it's pretty crazy how far we have came since I started all of this. You know, how close it appears we are to those prophetical events that have been promised, I mean, for centuries now, if not millennia, right? All of us are very familiar with scriptures and ancient text that promise us this catastrophic ending to humanity, right? Everything just culminating in this large cosmic event that's guaranteed to not only reshape humanity, human consciousness, but guaranteed to reshape our world as we know it, to reshape reality. A lot of the different prophecies, we'll say, point to large asteroids, comets, meteor showers, strange and mysterious planets or protoplanets, such as Planet X, Planet 9, Nemesis. All of these events are always preceded by blood moons, supermoons, strange or incredible celestial alignments such as the final conflagration. These celestial phenomena that take place at the end of these cycles, at the end of these ages, have a direct effect on human consciousness. There's no doubt about that. As these ages wind down and they come to a close, something strange happens in our world. It seems as if as the cycles end, right on cue, consciously, we just know that it's time for everything else to kind of come to an end too. That goes with, the economic or monetary system, whatever it is of that day, right, or that age. It doesn't matter. whether it's a Roman denarius or a United States dollar bill. They all go down the toilet just the same when we reach the last dance. Also, politically too, we see no matter, which country is at the top, which powerhouse is running the world, their time is usually up when these cycles come to a close. New countries are usually put in their place. You can usually tell the writing's usually on the wall as to who is got next, by the rise and fall, and by you'll see the increase in prominence of, other countries, challenging whoever's got the throne at that particular time. In our age, we can already tell who's got next, and it looks like that's China. Russia, Iran, North Korea, countries like that have been outcast under the current world power, the United States and NATO, and the regime that is, basically dominated this century. Not only do we see a change in political power and geopolitically, and through the monetary system, we see religious changes as well. I'm going to probably pull up the Adam and Eve story. It's a formerly classified document, CIA document, that talks about magnetic reversal, pole shift, and it gives a really vivid description of just how catastrophic, these mud floods and the inundation and all this shit really is when these cycles come to an end. But at the end, one of the things that really grabs me is it says, Jesus will join Osiris and, all these other deities and demigods and, gods of their time, gods of their age. It shows you how every time these cycles, come to an end, every time that we reach the pinnacle of, human consciousness, and we spin around for another orbit and another trip of evolution, the religions of the world evolve too. We go from different forms of paganism to monotheism. It doesn't matter if it was the time of Egypt, the time of Rome, the time of Greece, to currently, the time of Christianity. It's inevitable. And it just so happens that whatever religion is on the top during that time directly correlates to the astrological sign of the age that we're in now, or then. Like the sign of the fish, right? Pisces, a Piscean age. And we just so happen to be in the age of Christianity during this last cycle. The symbol for Christianity or Jesus is what? The fish. The fisher of men. The Piscean fish also means to me, and I'm going to pull up an image just to kind of show you, and hopefully we're not lagging too bad and everything's cool. I did have to turn off the camera, so I apologize. You guys ain't missing nothing, just my ugly mug. I'm sure everything will be cool. But taking a look at, here we go, the fish here. And everybody make sure to hit the thumbs up in the chat for me. That helps with the algorithms and helps, others to see it. And it doesn't matter what platform you're watching on. If you're on Facebook or whatever, hit the like, please. And make sure to comment and be active as well. That also helps for people to, catch a ride on the algorithm. So if you guys could do that for me, I greatly appreciate it. And I did see someone at the beginning before we got started. Two people dropped off, you motherfuckers, because I asked you to hit the thumbs up. Wow. No, I'm just playing. I did see someone at the beginning, though, do a super chat over on the main channel on YouTube. I don't know if you guys can hear that little buzz or whatever. Let me try to fix that. I do apologize. Like I said, technical. It's been very difficult, with this new PC to get everything fixed and running correctly. But I had to make do with what I had. But we see here Pisces. Let me make this a little bigger. And when I called somebody a motherfucker, I lost 2 more people. Great. Sorry. Sorry, guys. But you see here, if you can see, it's got the 2 fish, right? One is above, swimming here, and the other is below, right? If we look at, in different spiritual schools of thought, we know that planet Earth, the 3D, the physical, under the firmament, is the launching pad or the launching point consciously for humanity, right? We have the waters above, and we know that in in the Bible, in Genesis, he refers to God separating the waters of the firmament above and the waters of the firmament below. The waters of the firmament above represent the heavens, right? They represent, the light, or what we would call heaven. Those are the waters above. This is positivity. This is, in the air. This is where heavenly beings would exist that can fly. So hence they haven't fallen if they're flying around, right? Or swimming around. Because I do believe that it's literal waters above the firmament and below. And that's why you see space shuttles that are actually designed more like boats than they are planes. It's really crazy. But I digress. You see below, the fish below as well, right? Swimming upside down. The waters beneath the firmament would be a representation of hell, right? That would be the mirror or inverse of the waters above. So if the waters above are the spiritual realm of freedom, of light, of truth, of love, right? Where you're flying around doing your thing consciously, well, the reflection below would be the deep, dark, murky waters of the spiritual realm. And in those deep, dark, murky waters, right, there's darkness, meaning you're blind. We know that Samael, the god of the blind, right, was created and hidden on a cloud, on a throne, I believe by Pistis Sophia, or by the, essentially the mother, in the reality of the rulers, a Gnostic text. So we have the fish above and the fish below. The Piscean age is a representation of, like I said, a lot of times Christianity, Christ, Jesus. So when you look at this, you can see the other symbol as well. It's back to back here, right? The H, right? Which you can look at this from a couple different directions, right? One, this being the narrow gate or the line right here where my cursor is, and the above up here, the below down here, or you can look at it mirrored, right? Back to back where it's got the forks on each side, right? But this represents duality, in essence, duality, right? A fish above swimming upright in the waters above, a fish below in the inverse swimming upside down, right? The back to back, the top to bottom, right? This is duality, dualism. And if you look at religion in this age, the Piscean age, the fish, right? And isn't funny how Christ being a fisher of men, right? Meaning that as the shepherd, his words are used to teach and to guide people. And he's also known as the lover of souls, right? The advocate or the lover of souls, meaning he's fishing for souls. He's catching souls. That's what he's doing. He's the good shepherd. You know, on the other end of the spectrum, we have what would be called the warrior or Satan. Satan is the adversary or the accuser, right? So instead of him being the great counselor like Christ, fishing for souls to give them freedom, right? To give them the anointing, and that's what Christ is. Christ means anointing. And speaking on their behalf, remember, he's like a middleman when it comes to God, you know, the firstborn son, according to Christianity. I'm not saying that this is the way it is, so don't jump my ass in the chat or anything like that. I'm saying according to Christianity and according to mainstream doctrine, mainstream religion, right? He's the counselor, he's the middleman, he's the one who gets you to heaven, right? Well, we have the adversary on the other side. He's the one who accuses you, right? He stands before the throne of God day and night accusing humanity. That's what he's known for. He's also known from going to and fro, right? From heaven back down to earth in the tale of Job, right? And a lot of people, I'm one of those people, actually believe that they are one and the same. That, you know, Christ, Lucifer, Satan, these different archetypes or these different characters, if you will, these different deities, idols in the biblical tales are actually all the same person. They're all the same entity, which is God, right? Or what we know as God. And these are actual different aspects of ourselves, is what it is. So within you, there exists a Christ, a Savior, a Messiah, an anointed being within you. Whoever you are watching this, I'm talking like I can actually see you and shit. I can see you. So within each and every one of you, you have that anointing, right? A lot of people describe it through metaphysics or from a scientific perspective as the sacred secretion, right? This is the pineal or the pineal gland. And I'm going to show you some images of that real fast. And you can see this is depicted all through history, guys. And we're going to look at Planet X and Planet 9 and all of that and, you know, where this all fits in there. So just be patient with me. I've got a pretty good one tonight. And I tried to start a lot earlier. So hopefully it works out, right? But you see here. Right? See if we can make this bigger. I'm having a hard time making these images bigger. Let's see, mother. Here, I'm going to actually do it this way. But this would be where and you see here it's an eagle head, right? With the wings. And in his hand, not only does he have a watch, but he's holding a pine cone, which, like I said, is a representation of the pineal or the pineal gland. In these different depictions, if you notice, Inky is often depicted as having an eagle's head or a falcon's head, as well as Thoth, right, from the Egyptian mysteries, right, and the Egyptian deities. Thoth and Ptah also have bird heads as well, right? And if you look at Jupiter, Jupiter has a pet eagle with 3 heads, right? So the eagle or the bird head is always a representation of the light side, right? He has the wings, he can fly, right? The bird head. He's always got a direct connection to these different deities, right? To Thoth, who is thought, right? He is the bringer of wisdom in Egypt, also known as Hermes, right? Many believe that Thoth was Hermes as well. Hermes being the thrice great or the thrice born, right? Essentially the one in in the ancient days that you went to get your wisdom. It was said that he actually was the one who brought the mysteries to Egypt, or that many people went from, all over the world, including Christ himself, to the Great Pyramids to learn of Hermes' mysteries, right? And that's where Hermes derives from the word hermetic. Hermetic means to seal, right? Or to conceal. So Hermes, hermetic, is to be sealed, right? So it's a mystery that is sealed, right? And remember, in the Bible, it talks about in the last days, I believe it is a earthquake, and don't quote me on this, but I believe it's an earthquake that kills 7,000 or something like that in Jerusalem before the mysteries of God are revealed, right? And if you look at, an earthquake, it's actually the shaking within each of us, right? We are known, if you look at the different definitions of the word earth, biblically and Hebrew and Greek and all of that, it means the land, or usually the earth or the land, and that is you, right? In essence, you are the land. I've talked about this before. If we look into the Aquarian Gospels of Jesus the Christ, or the Essene Gospels of Peace, there are different scriptures in there that go into detail talking about, and remember, Christ says, this is my body, this is my blood, right? The Eucharist, and this is, really big in Catholicism. But in the Aquarian Gospels, it goes, and in the Essene Gospels, it goes into talk about how, the earth, its blood is our blood, its bones are our bones, its teeth are our teeth, so on and so forth, right? But every time you have these entities, these bird-headed entities, they represent, life, they represent truth, they represent knowledge, they represent wisdom. And hence, Caduceus, Hermes, Christ, Jupiter. Remember, Jupiter is the striped planet, and Christ bore our stripes, right? So, and we've talked about this too. Derived from the name Jupiter is Jew Peter, like Jew as in Jewish, and Peter, right, as in Peter, the disciple of Christ. And remember, he told Peter, on this rock I'll build my church. And lo and behold, if we look at the Vatican, right, that's the church that was built on that rock. He should have been talking about, and most people believe that the true definition of that would be him referring to on this rock I build my church, and you being the rock, right? You being the rock. Remember, with the faith of a mustard seed, you can move a mountain. I've talked about this in the past, that the rocks in the mountains, which in the book of Revelation, the generals and the great people of the earth are calling on them to fall on them and hide them from the face of the earth. Okay? And remember, Christ is the stone that the builders rejected. Okay, you get where I'm going with this? So you are the rock. And if we look at the 7 rays in the occult teachings, I believe it's, I don't know if it's Alice, it could be Alice Bailey, it could be Blavatsky. I can't remember which one actually did it, but the 7 rays, which are the 7 colors of the rainbow, those 7 colors of the rainbow are the rainbow representing the covenant with God, the Ark of the Covenant. Those different colors also being variations of the 7 chakras that exist within us. So those rainbows are us as well. We are that covenant as well, right? And we know that, things like the gay pride flag, they have flipped the rainbow upside down, and, we see that take place in a lot of different things where, people not understanding the meaning of a lot of the symbols and all of that, where it truly comes from, where what it truly means, and why it's placed in the order that it is. Same thing with the swastika, right? That's actually the tetragrammaton, and the Nazis used it. So we see many different symbols and all of that be recycled, if you will. But looking at these different entities, these entities of knowledge, hold on, I keep getting this feedback a little bit, so miss you guys. I miss all you too. And let me shout out a few of you guys in the chat. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. I don't know if you guys can hear that feedback. Maybe it's coming from my phone. I want to say big ups and big thanks to Donna Marie Farrell, Odette. Thank you guys. Wide Awake and Angry. Up Your 73. Leona Hamilton. Lala. Leslie Mattis. These are some good names here too. Kanati Hunting Wolf. Sweet guys. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm sorry I didn't mention you guys in the beginning, but like I said, I'm still trying to get all the kinks worked out of all of this, but we look at the bird head. Like I said, this is representation of Thoth and all of that. And if you look also, especially in the depiction of the Anunnaki, the bird head being Enki. Enki was the god from the two brothers. The older brother, who was actually usurped by his younger brother, who was the warrior. Enki was the shepherd. But his younger brother, Enlil, was the warrior, and that's who actually got the throne from their father, Anu, right? That's who actually became the king and was the Lord Commander of the earth in the Lost Book of Enki and these tales of the Anunnaki, or the gods here on earth, which many people believe we are direct descendants of. And if you look at those books, those texts, those scriptures, that's what they allude to, right? Is they allude to Enki tampering with the native species, which was in essence a simian species, I believe. So they're trying to say we were monkeys, right? And we've heard that before. And through genetic manipulation or genetic altering, I want to say it was Enki and his wife, but I believe he was married to his sister as well, right? And this is where you get that shit, in the elite classes now, right? Or what's said to be happening in the elite classes now. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know anybody who's married their sister. I don't. I hope to God nobody's, banging their sister. That would be fucking crazy. But I digress. So Enki allegedly, found these monkeys, genetically altered us, putting his own essence or his own DNA into the simian species, which I believe would be Neanderthal, right? Neanderthal would probably be, and it also could not be as well, because he had a few trial runs. In the Lost Book of Enki, he fucked us up like 5 times when he was trying to make us. And they had the 7 sisters, right? And we know that this is directly connected to the Pleiades, okay? Also, the 7 chakras and shit like that as well, right? And we have 7 days of the week, the number of God being 7. I could go on and on with these different connections within, mysticism and the occult, and just how these are the mysteries, right? And this is how we know we're in the last days. This is how we know we're at the end of the cycle. This is how we know we're at the end, because it's all being revealed, right? It all makes sense now. It's all coming out now. So Enki basically alters these monkeys, and they were native to the planet. They already lived here, which would be us, right? So Darwin would be kind of correct, I guess. In his theory of evolution, if this is the way shit went down. And he come up with a couple of different species, and I believe the first one couldn't talk, right, which would be like Neanderthal, right? I don't believe Neanderthal could actually talk, and it is said that the original language of humanity is a heart language, right? So it wouldn't be like a phonetic language like we have now, right? A verbal phonetic language like we have now, especially one so complex, right, that we use now. It would be more like guttural sounds, right? And people would, definitely connect that to being, animalistic, but honestly, it would be the purest form of speech and communication if you truly thought about it. And I'm going to give you a few examples here. In the occult, Aleister Crowley, right, in particular, a lot of his different works, use the word Om, right? And we see this in a lot of different spiritual schools of thought, so not just Crowley, right? But Om, right? Also, we hear other versions of this guttural language whenever we experience pleasure, right? Whenever we experience pleasure, we create guttural sounds like right? And some people create a lot more sounds than that, but the point being, that that's a natural tone. That's a natural wording or phrase from the heart, whether you're grunting away or you're oming or you're ahing, that's supposed to be the original heart language, love language of humanity. It had no complication of the spell that comes from the word, right? And Christ also being known as the Word for the sheer fact that Inky, this bird-headed cat over here, actually taught language to humanity, like all of humanity. He traveled around in his fucking spaceship and taught every culture, language according to where they were from, for their native tongue. And I don't know how he decided all of this, but if you think about it, each culture, right, geographically, they have language that's, kind of catered to their geographic location, their topographical, standing, wherever they're at, as far as, elevation, and if they're by water and, all that kind of shit, right? And we call them accents too, right? Accents. Whenever people are from specific areas, they will carry a certain twang to their voice or, whatnot. It's said that Inky is the one who went and taught language to everyone, that he also gave them letters too, right? So he taught them like the alphabet. He taught them how to spell words, not to mention, to actually pronounce these words and use these words in sentences and probably a bunch of other things, right? But the ohms, the ahs, the oohs, all of these sounds, that would be the original love language or heart language of humanity, which was more than likely Neanderthal, right? Inky goes on to continue. And remember, Inky and Enlil, they are descendants of Nibiru, of Nemesis, Planet X, Planet 9, Wormwood. This is where they come from, And the whole reason that they even came to the Earth at all is because the atmosphere on Nibiru was beginning to dwindle away. It was made of gold. Remember, gold is representation of the heavens. Gold also is a representation of our spirit, of our souls. And remember, these beings. The shepherd is the lover of souls. Okay. Enlil, the warrior, would be kind of the hater of humanity, and we'll talk about that in a second. So they didn't get it right with the first, group of us. So they decided to continue to make more, right? And they even said, I believe, in the Lost Book of Inky, which I'm about to pull it up, the Lost Book of Inky, they go on to say to the seven sisters and shit, they tell them, they said, when they actually decided to start carrying them in their own wombs, right? That way they would have Anunnaki blood in them, okay? So not only do they have this life force or this essence of Inky, which I believe was his semen, I believe the dude, put a load in all of us, and that's how we were created, But these sisters, and he tells them, he said, this is like this great journey, this great expansion of Anunnaki. These are our celestial children. We're gonna bless their destiny. We're gonna do all this shit for them. And then he turns around and says, and this is fucking crazy. He says, "Yeah, but you guys could either have these beautiful gods in your womb, or you could have little monsters in your belly." And it's like, what the fuck? So that lets you know right there that they were most definitely experimenting when they made us. There's no doubt about that. Okay. And when we look at the graphene agenda, right, we think of triple helix DNA, right? And it said that that's what the Anunnaki actually had, was triple helix DNA. And that's what allowed them to essentially, live so fucking long, They lived, tens of thousands of years, and it was actually Earth's atmosphere that even aged them at all. When they went back to Nibiru, they were good. Those bastards didn't die. But they aged a lot just by spending so much time here on Earth, planting this race we call humanity, right? And I'm going to show you some more depictions of them down here, right? And look over to the right. Hopefully you guys can see that at home. I think you can. These different depictions of the Anunnaki were the gods. And each one, what do they have here? That fucking pine cone, right? Letting you know something too. And I also believe that the significance of the watch is for the sky clock, right? Looking at the zodiacal wheel, the astrological clock in the sky, the heavens, which determine the ages and the cycles, not only of humanity, but of the gods. Okay? You see here. And they have, just like what's described in the Bible, too, in some different depictions of them, the 6 wings and shit, what we see in the cherubim, You'll also see or notice that he has what looks like a giant fucking magnet or a weight in his other hand. This, to me, and I don't even know if I could, if it would be fair to go into this, because how much depth it is into talking about the pine cone and the magnet in his hand and what it actually means. It's in reference actually to the Aten. Okay, and I know that sounds fucking nuts to some of you. You're like, what are you talking about, John? Why would a magnet that's shaped like a fucking suitcase have anything to do with the Aten? Right, but this is what's being shown here is the process of illumination. Okay, him holding that magnet in his other hand, right, and it's got the symbols written all over it too. By the way, ancient symbols. Which symbols are energetic frequency. This is a depiction of the lower self, I believe. Stabilizing, this magnet stabilizing his being into the earth as his spirit, through that pine cone, that pineal, is ascended into the waters above, into the heavens. A lot of times we'll see, the upside down T, right? Or Peter, Jew Peter, who was crucified upside down. Why? Because he said he wasn't worthy of the same death as his master. Christ was crucified the right way up. And remember, Christ is the anointing, the sacred secretion. The pineal or the pineal gland is the antenna to the spirit world. It is the doorway to heaven or to consciousness within each and every one of us. It is New Jerusalem. It is the holy city. It is the third temple. Okay? So your consciousness being anchored into the higher realms or the heavens when you self-initiate and you are opened up through the mysteries into the heavens, themselves, right? You're there with the gods, and you are able to communicate with the gods when you're there. You are able to communicate with others that are there as well, consciously. You don't have to be in the same fucking room with nobody to do it. You don't have to have a phone or a text message. You can do it while you're alive and experience alternate realms, alternate dimensions through your own consciousness. Believe it or not, it's true. But that weight, that magnet, that's anchoring you to the earth. That's anchoring you to yourself. That way your consciousness, your spirit doesn't just, as you're a wanderer or a traveler, right? In that high consciousness state. So as you're traveling, you're wandering consciously and allowing consciousness within you or your spirit within you to flow freely and expand and be channeled not only just by yourself, but by other people, right? And to touch other forms of consciousness, to communicate with other forms of consciousness, to flow freely in the heavens above, in the waters above the firmament, past the veil. That weight, that anchor, is a representation of your carnal self being crucified upside down, right? That dark, deep, murky water of the waters below the firmament. So remember, when Christ ascended or transfigured, what did he do first? He descended and took the keys to death and the abyss. Took the keys to death and the abyss. What do you think is being represented here when you see them holding that weight? One part of them reaching in the heavens above and the other part in the heavens below. In order to get to the heavens, in order to ascend, you have to first descend. It's through the darkness, through what is sealed, through what is hidden or occulted, where you find the true mysteries. The mysteries of God are revealed. That's the increase for knowledge, right? Or the increase in knowledge. You see the representations of this as the Kabbalah tree, right? And think about the word Kabbalah, right? Ka, Ba, Allah. The Ka and the Ba are the big soul and the little soul in ancient Egypt. Allah is Father, right? Father God. Ka-ba-Allah. Kabbalah. And it's set up as a tree. We see that the tree of life, and I'm going to show you guys some more depictions in just a second. We see the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil are essentially the same tree. One points upward, the tree of life, into the heavens above. And the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is a inverse or a reflection of that tree, and it's below. Okay, and I'm going to show you guys some depictions of that as well. Here, let's see if we can make this bigger here. Here we go. See the Anunnaki here. There's the pine cone. Notice he's got it in his hand. His hand, in essence, it looks like a serpent. Right? Looks like a snake. A serpent. Right there. And if you think about it, what entity or what being in the Garden of Eden approached Adam and Eve? It was a serpent. You know. And he says, surely you will not die, right? God doesn't want you to be like him. And your eyes will be opened. Well, lo and behold, their eyes were opened. They were able to see, and they didn't die immediately, no, but they did die. They created the curse of spiritual death, is what created with that. And those two serpents that are in the garden are the caduceus, the red and the blue. The solar and the lunar, the left and the right, is what actually is crawling up your spine. Or the staff that Moses threw on the ground and it devoured its own tail. And that's what those serpents actually are. There was two different gods in that garden. You know. And if you think about it, they were playing good cop, bad cop in the garden as well, were they not? One god's like, hey, you can have anything you want. Do whatever you want when you're in here, but don't eat that one tree that I'm pointing to, and it looks really tasty, but don't fucking touch it. Everything but that one. Knowing that they were going to go eat that one. Because, you know, that's the one he points at, you know? And they were like children. You know, back then, they were children, in essence. Spiritually, at least. Maybe in more aspects than we realize, you know? And then out of nowhere, another serpent comes out and says, hey, I got some knowledge for you. Let me help you out. This other god's full of shit. Right? He's lying to you. You're not going to die. And to me, this was Enki and Enlil. Enlil was the first one. The Lord Commander. Right? Or Old Testament God. Yahweh would be, the name that I would use for that one. You know, saying you can have anything, but don't do this. Right? Dropping rules down on them. If you do, surely you will die. Punishment. He was running shit in the garden. That would be the warrior. That would be the Lord Commander. And then, lo and behold, the next serpent, if you think about it, that's the one who comes to bring knowledge or the false light. Lucifer. Lucky. Right? If you eat this, your eyes will be opened and you'll be just like God. Surely you won't die. There's your two brothers. There's your Christ and your Satan too. You know? And all of these stories, like I said, are always about us and about the inner journey, the inward journey. We all have to face to expand our consciousness, to awaken our spirit, and to step into true awareness, our birthright as gods ourselves. And remember, didn't I say that ye are gods, little g gods? When you hear the story of the angels or the watchers that fell to the earth, right? Who do you think they're talking about? Could it be you? Could you have had a role in that? Could you have been in that garden and you were who was deceived by Satan? By Lucifer? In the garden already? And that's how your ass got here to earth? Think about the different, stories and all the different mythologies. It's always the same shit. In the first book of Adam and Eve, the angels fell down at mankind's presence and worshipped at our feet. In all of our presence. Why in the hell would angels fall down at our feet? Or entities fall down at our feet in all of our presence? Because we were in our original form, which is God. I told you we're all a piece of Creator. A fragment of Creator. We're all just a small piece of God. Each one of us having that is called a soul. It's called a spirit, the spark, the divine spark that exists within each and every person on the face of the earth. Where does that spark exist? Well, it appears to exist right here, which would be placed right here. So why would there be an agenda to destroy that within people? To remove that spark. To destroy that spark. To take away that anointing. That seal. That seal of God that's on your forehead that you're born with. You don't have to do anything special to get it. Isn't that crazy? You don't have to kiss no deity's ass for it. It comes free. I know you're told that when you're born, you're a dirty, sack of shit, and God hates you. But I'm sorry, it's a lie. Just like the lies in the garden and the lies and all these different, tales. That too is a lie. Think about an unconditional, loving, all-knowing Creator. Would he make you broken and then be pissed at you for how he made you? It makes no damn sense. People never consider this either. Like, yeah, this omnipotent, omnipotent, all-knowing, eternal creator and source and father of all that made everything fucked up when he made us. He made a mistake even though he's perfect. He made a mistake when he made us, and when he made this mistake, he held it against us. He's also a douchebag, in case you didn't know, right? He's like, yo, I know I made a mistake, but it's your fault, guys. I'm the one who screwed up when I made you, but it's your fault. And not only is it, your fault, but, yeah, I'm going to punish you for it too when you die. For my mistake. It makes no sense whatsoever. Whatsoever. You know what makes more sense? That the creator and source of all loves you unconditionally no matter what. Because you're his child. And that you were born perfect. You were born perfect. That what the source or the creator probably really want for you is for you to just be yourself. Who he made you to be. That makes more sense than anything, if you ask me. Instead of having you running around, going to churches and shit like that, and acting holier than thou, when you're not. I think he would probably not appreciate that. He would probably think that shit was fake. Just saying. I mean, I know I think it's fake. Right. That's my opinion on it. And religion teaches us to be ashamed of who we are a lot of times, which is sad. A lot of religion tells us that the way that we're made isn't good enough. That we are not good enough. That if we don't completely bow down and bend to the will of this invisible entity that just so happened to have written books that are perfectly in line with what, governments and shit want, then we burn an eternal fire for it. And we live in shame. And we're ashamed of ourselves when we're not good enough. It's heartbreaking to me. Because it creates a complex in people. It gives people a fucking complex. It's where they can't be honest with themselves and the kind of person that they are because fuck. Who wants to be honest with themselves about the kind of person they are, the things that they've done and all of that, if they believe everything that they've done is going to land them in a pit of fire? If they believe everything that they've done is going to give them a badge of shame. That there's no coming back from the shit they've done too. Or how about this too? And this is even better. Those that, do believe, especially Christianity for the most part, and there's a million other religions too, so I don't want to pick on them. They buy into you're born into sin and all these things, and that's fine. Some variations of the word sin actually mean sound, so you're born into sound, and that's more true than anything. Honestly. Because sound is a vibration, and our reality is light and sound, But people are ashamed of the things that they've done to the point that they can't be honest with themselves, right? They can't be honest with themselves because they are afraid that if they admit to the kind of people they are, if they admit to the things that they've done within themselves, that they are going to sit in, eternal fire for that. That there's no forgiveness for some of the crimes that they've committed or the things that they've thought or the things that they do. So they create, through religion, a false persona, a mask that they wear, where they become pious and self-righteous, and they act like they are enjoying their misery, right? As they deny themselves basically being human beings. It doesn't mean that it's not good to deny yourself some things, right? A lot of times people in the world of occult take it, to the extreme the other way. They're like, oh, I'm free, so now I'm going to, have orgies till I have a bunch of STDs. Not a good idea either. Right? Like, moderation, all things in moderation, even moderation. But if we are fundamentally flawed because of religious doctrines and religious beliefs that, have us on a soapbox, in essence, in our church and in our communities and pointing our finger and wagging our finger at everyone because we believe that God loves us and not them, because we're better slaves than they are, because we believe, we lie to ourselves and say that we're holy and others are not, because we're better actors at being holy, we're better liars to ourselves than they are, we're better at concealing the things we're ashamed of than they are. And then people wonder why there are cycles in our reality that come clean the shit up every so often. Like, there's a need for it, if you can't tell. We get so loaded down with muck and dirt and grime, right? Because we buy into these religions that never truly heal, really. Not the exoteric meanings. They have very little healing in them. Very little depth and true meaning in them. And they're designed that way. Just saying. The exoteric meaning of these different religions and schools of thought are meant to externalize everything, externalize everything. Whether, and that's why they believe that when they go to bed, they can say a couple fucking Hail Marys or, Jesus, I'm sorry, and that it makes everything go away. And that becomes a ritual. That becomes a ritual. They'll cheat on their wife or their husband every day, and then when they get home, they say, oh, God, I'm sorry, please forgive me. But they don't stop cheating. Things like that. Or someone beats up their wife every day, right? But as they lay down, they say, Jesus, I'm sorry. They don't stop beating. Nothing is truly learned or nothing is truly gained through these exoteric, externalized versions of spirituality. The spirit resides inside of us. It's on the inside. It's in each and every one of us. So as shameful as it may appear, because we are so fucking, screwed up as a species by the end of these cycles, it appears as if destruction has to happen. Which it shouldn't be necessary, just to be honest. It shouldn't be necessary at all. And I believe that we bring this destruction on ourselves. Truthfully, we do. Not only because of the fact we never truly heal from our familiar curses, right? Our ancestral traumas. We never truly heal unless we do the work, the true work, right? That means each and every person sitting the fuck down, facing themselves in the mirror and being honest with themselves. Looking at the past, looking at the present, and coming to terms, with all of it. Working through all of it, understanding where the roots of all of this shit comes from. Why are you depressed? Why are you sad? Why are you this? Why are you that? And what makes you feel that way? And when's the first time you felt like that? Instead, we medicate. And we do it through a multitude of ways as well, Instead of healing our trauma, we medicate. I know some people that do it with drugs. I know others that do it with sex, right? And I know others that do it with alcohol, right? Not one is better than the other either, by the way. All of them are versions of running from your problems, running from yourself. But when these cycles end, there's no more running. Sorry, this chair I'm in squeaking like a bitch. There's no more running when we're at the end of the cycle. The veil drops. Karma becomes instant. Instantaneous karma. Instant manifestation. And we've explained how our thoughts create our reality and that our words have a direct influence on our reality. Right? Oh shit. Come on now. I must have missed something here. Somebody says, I know you don't really want to unleash the dragon. I am the fucking dragon. I don't know what you're talking about, homie. The dragon exists within me. It exists within you. It exists within all of us. And Nemesis, the celestial dragon, which, remember, these are the waters above and below. As above, so below. These are conscious reflections of ourselves. Okay? The heavens, the stars. That's why the things that take place on the earth are in direct alignment with the astrological events, right? The things that take place in the heavens astrologically. Isn't it strange how these prophecies and shit correlate directly in perfect synchronicity with the stars? Perfect synchronicity. Whether it be a large, celestial body passing, a comet or, what have you. Or it be celestial alignments. That's because these are reflections of us. We are a piece of source. We are a piece of creator. All of us are. And I'm under, the premise of if you look at the Big Bang, it could very well be true, guys. And that focused, concentrated point before the explosion, that would be God, that would be source. And that after that explosion, that's where we come into play. We are pieces of that, fragments of that explosion, that big bang. And we look at different, there's a million different varieties and examples of this taking place, micro and macro, right? Soul luminescence, star in a jar. There's a big bang for you. Right? Large Hadron Collider, Higgs boson, the God particle. There's a big bang for you. Catastrophism and catastrophic cycles, ending with asteroid impacts. There's a big bang for you. They never stop when you can pay for your sins. Well, you know what? Remember, the system we live in, the world we live in, is one of debt, right? Sins are debt, okay? So it's a system of debt. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. A system of debt. So, who are you indebted to, is the question. Who do you owe? These gods. These gods. They're gathering energy from your worship, right? When we worship them, we are focusing on their frequency, their energy, their name, and we're sending energy to them when we pray to them. So if we're asking them to forgive us for our sins, we're making an exchange with them spiritually. We are creating a soul contract with them, too. That's why when you go to a church or something, a lot of times a pastor will step up there and he says, now, who is ready to give their life over to Jesus, right? And what's the prayer go like? Right? The prayer goes a little something like this, right? I give myself over to you, right? Or a version of that. You are giving your soul over to an entity and you don't know who the fuck you're actually giving it to, guys. And that's real. You can sit and act like you do, but you don't know. None of us knows who's on the other side wearing the mask of Jesus. Nobody knows. Not a soul knows that. It's pretty crazy how we blindly, just follow what we're told. To the point that we're giving ourselves over to deities and entities that we know nothing about. We just know a name, and we know through books that were written by men what we were told to believe, what we're told they're like, but we truly know jack shit about what they're actually like, what their actual intentions are. We know it's a lover of souls. And I'm a fan of Jesus, by the way. A huge fan. But I'm a fan of Jesus, the man who taught everybody that the gods of this world were not who they thought they were. He said, your father is the father of lies. The enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy. That's the accuser. That's the adversary. He was telling them that's who your God is. My Father detests blood sacrifice. I can do nothing apart from my Father who sent me. Why? Because he is the Father. I'm in the Father is in me. Right? He was telling you the same thing I'm saying. He was just better at it. More eloquent with his words. You know, and they would say, they would call him the Son of God. He'd say, who do you say I am? Right? Because whatever you believe is what is true. Who do you say I am? Because if you say I'm God, then I'm God to you. If you say I'm just a man, I'm just a man to you. When they were giving him props for his miracles and his works, what did he say? He said, by your faith you were healed. Your faith doesn't mean, what you believe in a church. Faith is your genuine belief in the unseen, the unknown. The Spirit, the living Spirit. Faith in the living Spirit that resides within all men and women. But we got it twisted. When it said that this dragon, which could be Saturn, right? Many people, and I'm going to start pulling up a couple of texts here too. Just to try to draw some parallels here for everybody. Let me pop this up here. Be patient with me. And I'm going to show you too, through world events and, all of that, just how close we are to it all popping off too. We're there, guys. We are there. And it's to the point now, for me, that there should be no more bullshitting around. Honestly, there should be no more bullshitting around. People should, and this is my opinion, people should get their ducks in a row. They should get their houses in order. And this is the truth. When you see all of these things taking place, right, in the birthing pangs that are described in the Bible, right, going on right in front of your eyes, and these telltale signs of the end of the age or the end of these cycles, right, when you see these things happening right in front of your face, that's probably a cue to stop, stop goofing off with life. To stop valuing the things of this world more than you value your spirit. To stop valuing bullshit more than you value your soul. More than you value yourself. To realize what is truly valuable. Right? Who is truly valuable to you? This ain't the time for games anymore. If you love somebody, tell them you love them. Even if they don't love you back, make it known. Do you want to step out of this bitch with regrets? Shoulda, woulda, coulda shit? I really wish that I would have spent my last days, my last months, my last years with the person I love. I don't want that to be me. I don't want to be saying that shit when I kick the bucket. You know? I want to be that person that made sure it was clear, it was known to the people I love that I loved them with all my heart and all my soul. They never doubted it. You know, whether that be my children or, significant other, whatever, right? I don't want there to be doubt when it's all said and done. When they hang my jersey up in the rafters, I don't want there to be doubt as to who I was, what I stood for, what I believed in, what mattered to me, the kind of person I was. Don't wait till the fucking country's collapsing to try to go find that person you love more than anything. Don't wait till, shit hit the fan to try to come up with a plan on how you and your children are going to keep it together during all of this. Don't wait. And it's got nothing to do with living in fear. None of that. It's just not being a damn idiot, right? If you know shit's crazy, you know shit's shaky in the world, and you know for a damn fact now that time is of the essence. We are that close. If you can't see that, you're blind. If you can't see that, you are absolutely blind. Right? We're deep in the game now. Very deep. Prophetically, as far as climate goes in our world and the climate chaos, as far as the celestial clock goes, we're already into the age of Aquarius. We've left the fish, and we're now into the age of Aquarius, the man carrying the pail of water, which is the age of social changes, right? Restructuring of the social system, which is society, which is about technology, right? And innovation through technology. Well, look around you, fam. Technology is leading us into this age. Everything we do is based on technology. And there comes a point in time where people got to see, what time it is, where we're at, and what's important. Now let's look at Nemesis, Planet X. I want to point out a few things too as we move forward through this part, and we're going to look at the spiritual aspects too. Remember, this thing is attracted to negativity, to darkness, to evil, to distortion. There is a reason. There is a reason that they want to destroy your pineal gland. Okay? It talks about in the Bible that all of those would be killed except for those who had the seal of God on their foreheads. So, if that seal has been fucking destroyed, what happens to you? You die with the rest. It's good night, Irene. So your time is really ticking if you've already went that route. Our time is really ticking if you've already went that route. And the sad truth is, no matter what I say, I don't think none of this will, people just They're not motivated to take these things seriously. They just aren't. They're desensitized so goddamn much, it's not funny. If I'm not, I'm not scary enough for it to matter. Right? Do I need to be scary to make you believe? Do I need to scare you like the church will and tell you you're going to burn in hell if you don't listen to me? Well, truth be told, you will burn, but you'll burn right fucking here on the earth. By a giant, blistering hot, protoplanet. Comet, star, whatever you want to call it. It will burn your ass to a cinder. And everything on the earth. That's why the earth, all the trees are burned up. All the green grass is burned up. This object is what does that. This dragon. Creates a stinging, right? For 5 months where people will seek death and not be able to find it. Sounds like a good time if you ask me. Think about it. I just showed you yesterday that the veil was open for 14 hours due to the chaos in the magnetic field. The fluctuations in this field is being triggered by celestial bodies. Right? That's why we have a South Atlantic anomaly that looks like a giant fucking planet with wings. And it's pushing our poles towards Siberia. Pushing them north and south. Because the magnetism of whatever this object is that's coming in is stronger than that of the earth. And it's affecting the weather. It's affecting the sun. Right? And we're told about this. We're told that these things would happen, that these things, would be, and yet we still ignore it. Let's take a look here, and I'm going to show you some of the shit going on. All right, the woman and the dragon. Remember, September 23rd, 2017, a great sign appeared in heaven. A woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Okay, this is birth to the spiritual self. Remember, this is a time of spiritual evolution. The children of the sun, if you will, being born. The Christ being born within each and every one of us. And not every one of us is going to bear a Christ, by the way. You've heard about the Native American tale of the two wolves, right? It talks about, a good wolf and a bad wolf. And which one's going to live? Well, the one that you feed. Well, you have, in essence, that within you, too. You have the ability to birth a Christ, and you have the ability to birth a Satan. It's up to you. Whichever one you feed within yourself is what will be birthed spiritually at the end of this age. And we're all giving birth to our spiritual self. More and more so as time winds down. And as time winds down, we are going to see the earth become more destabilized too, and each and every one of us be more destabilized within ourselves too because of this process that's taking place. Remember, you see with the climate agenda to go after the carbon footprint. I've said this ad nauseum that, the earth is God's footstool, right? So this footprint is us. We are the feet, of the body. And carbon is what we are made up of. We are made up of carbon. That's why, the Bible says, he who hath understanding, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it's a number of a man. 666. That's the carnal lower aspect of self. That is the carnality beast side of you, the physical beast side, right? The anatomical number of mankind is 666, right? Derived from carbon. If we look at the agenda right now through technology into this Aquarian age, what are they using? Graphene, right? Graphene essentially is identical to carbon, except it's not carbon. It's synthetic instead of, natural. They're replacing your inner chemistry, essentially, right, from something carbon and natural and, grown, fresh here on Earth, right, to something that's, more akin to machine. You're a computer. It says, a great sign appeared in heaven. A woman clothed the sun with the moon under her feet and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. And another sign appeared in heaven, an enormous red dragon with 7 heads, 10 horns, and 7 crowns on its heads. Its tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky and flung them to the earth. The dragon stood in front of the woman who was about to give birth so that it might devour her child the moment he was born. She gave birth to a son, a male child, who will rule all the nations with an iron scepter. And her child was snatched up to God and to his throne. Now, let's kind of break that apart and look at it differently than we've ever looked at it before tonight, too, as we do so, right? This A is a celestial alignment. Okay, we pointed that out. That's nothing new. And I'm going to show for the people who have never seen this before, just the image of this, so you can see what I'm talking about as far as celestial alignments go, and how we know that this took place September 23rd, 2017. Which would mean we're very fucking deep, right, into all of this. And that eclipse, right, the next eclipse, which is in 2024, would be the end, right? That would be where we wrapped up all this shit. That would be the end of the 7-year tribulation period. And think about biblically, 7 years of famine, 7 years of plenty, and all of that. And I believe this all actually started back in 2012, right, with the Mayan long count calendar. That long count, to me, signifies the end of a long count cycle, right? A end of a long cycle. And we are experiencing the end of said cycle now. It may have ended in 2012, but because, within the precession of the equinox, there's a 1 degree drag, right? Which I believe is the drag between light and sound, which allows our reality to even exist, right? Is that drag or that delay between light and sound, that 1 degrees. Because of that, 2012 too, and if we think about the Egyptian prophecy that talks about the end, it refers to another celestial alignment pertaining to Venus, right? And Venus actually did its pentagram in the sky in 2012, right? So, just kind of looking at all of that and piecing it together, that would mean that the tribulation period actually began back in 2012, where that long count ended. And like I said, we have the drag or the delay because of the 1 degrees of separation between light and sound in the precession of the equinox or the celestial sky clock, right? Now that we've entered into Aquarius, or the Aquarian age, and the age, the Piscean age has now ended, the age of Jesus has now ended, right? And I believe it ended so with the back half of this prophecy, right? The Revelations 12 prophecy. Whenever this next sign appeared in heaven, the enormous red dragon, that was your cue that the old age had ended, or the age of Christ had ended. And what we had walked into was the age of the beast, right? The final 42 months being that final implementation of the beast system and the mark of the beast, okay? And these are my theories, my opinions, and my beliefs. You do not have to agree with me, and I think it would be fucking weird if people agreed with everything I said. But those of you that have done your homework, those of you that have done your research, don't blindly follow me or blindly agree with what I'm saying. But, if you've done your work and your research and you think that what I'm saying is, it's close, right? Or it's possible, let me know in the comment section. I would love to see, how many people think that, or believe that we are, in fact, we're right there. We're at the end now. And I've pointed out all these prophecies over the years. I had to make all my videos private because of the strikes that we've received. But I've shown people down to Gog Magog alliance or King Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus with Donald Trump, right? The outsider becoming the king of Babylon and him ruling for 4 years. And in his 4th year, Babylon fell. Lo and behold, the Transition Integration Project in 2020, when Biden, right, the double-minded or the two dens, right, which is a cave, like the cave of treasures, like in Adam and Eve, right? When Biden took over, 30,000 troops occupied the nation's capital, and that was Trump's 4th year. And the capital, the federal capital, had fallen. They had issued letters, and I remember all these videos I've done, and I'm sure you can still see them on Facebook, and, I know at least some of them, most of them, are on Facebook, whether it's my personal page or the business page, which would be the best route to go. Facebook.com/bestdampodcast. We covered all of this, and we showed how the federal government was issuing letters telling everybody to stay the fuck home. There was government shutdowns. I mean, it was blatantly obvious that something wasn't right with all of that. 30,000 troops in the nation's capital for the transition for one POTUS to another. Say, what? I've never heard no shit like that. But nonetheless, we witnessed it, we experienced it, and we seen and a lot of those Illuminati websites like Synodus, what is it? Corpus Synodum, right? Corpus Synodum or whatever the site is. I'll show it to you in a second. Right, that calls Trump the last president. Or the books written by Ingersoll Lockwood, 1900, The Last President, about King Trump, right? His name was Don, right? Don Trump. He was the king. He lived in Castle Trump on 5th Avenue in New York City. And he presided over the country as there was a civil war between the socialist and the anarchist. Go fucking figure. Right? Go figure. That's how crazy the predictive programming is. And a lot of people, subscribe to the theory of the John Titor, John Trump, and the time traveling. Remember, Trump's family is, part of the team that took Tesla down, right? And the Tesla coil and Tesla technology and the free energy and all of that. They took that into their hands, many say. John Trump. And, think about it. Who else would have a better shot at that being actually true than Trump? Right, looking at all the predictive programming, all the fucking books. Remember the Illuminati card too? Enough is enough. Right, it's literally got the logo for Operation Warp Speed inside of the damn background for it. This is written in like 1991. These cards were craziness. Here is the crown of 12 stars, the celestial alignment, and look right here. This is the official image, y'all. This is the first fucking image of the dragon that I ever seen. Right here. Right here, fam. And notice that it actually looks like a fucking dragon from a distance. Does it not? It looks legit like a dragon from space. And in this prophecy, that constellation of Virgo, the Virgin who gives birth to Christ, the Virgin. And she's wearing a crown of 12 stars upon her head. Let me pull this back up here. Wearing a crown of 12 stars upon her head. Let's make it smaller. See? Leo, the constellation of Leo. Leo, the lion of the tribe of Judah. Leo is another, or the lion is another, it's synonymous with Christ as well, right? Or the king, okay? And then lo and behold, in conjunction here, Mercury, Mars, and Venus, right? And it's also in alignment with Regulus too, which I think is interesting. Okay. These are the three inner planets. Okay, the inner bodies, Mercury, Mars, and Venus. In conjunction, Mercury, Mercurius, which is Hermes, Trismegistus. Okay. Venus, which would be Lucifer, or another version, just a different star. Same thing. And Mars would be, Marduk or, Aries. So, right, these are the children, in my opinion, of Enki and Enlil, right? Mercury, Mars, and Venus. It is said that Venus used to be in the orbit of Jupiter, right? And Venus is Prometheus or Lucifer, the light bearer. Okay, Columbia, Aphrodite, and keep in mind too that these planets combined make entities as well. So like Mercury and Venus is Aphrodite, hermaphrodite, right? Hermes and Aphrodite, right? Hermaphrodite, right? That's Mercury and Venus. And Mercury and Venus, in essence, like I said, are two different variations of the same deities in a lot of different aspects, just in two different celestial bodies. Venus is known as a comet planet. Venus is known as Lucifer, right? Prometheus, the binding of Prometheus, right? Venus is known to have orbited Jupiter, and it was supposed to be just like Earth, like a paradise version of Earth, and it ended up being thrown out of the orbit of Jupiter, and ended up becoming thrown out of the orbit of Jupiter, and in this process, it became like a comet, like hell, right? And think about Lucifer in his original name. It was Hellel, right? Hellel, hell, or the Hellenistic beliefs. Helen, right? Hell, once again, all of this to me is incredibly interesting when we look at this too, to see all the different correlations and connections. It almost shows you that all of the deities, all of the planets are really just one. These are different archetypes, different variations, different positions or points in space of the same damn thing, or the same things. There being two brothers. And to me, the two brothers are two aspects of Anu, or the Father, right? God. So no matter how you chop it up, it all comes from the source, right? At the end of the day, and those 12 stars, the crown of 12, this is, equivalent to the circle of 12, 12 being the number of the zodiacal wheel, right? There are, 12 in the zodiac, zodiac wheel, 12 months in the year, right, on the calendar as well. In the first book of Pistis Sophia, when Christ descended, and on his way back up when he ascended, he took Pistis Sophia, or the Holy Spirit, back up to the 12th aeon, right? To the 12th aeon, because she fell from the 13th, right? The 13th being in connection to Ophiuchus, right? Ophiuchus is now visible. You guys will remember that it's known as the 13th constellation, and I believe only when the Earth is tilted, is it, really a part of things? And at the end of the cycle, is it also a part of things? And remember, it's a depiction of a guy, with the serpent wrapped around him. He's got control of it on the top side, and it's strangling the shit out of him on the bottom. And this is number 13. 13 being unlucky as hell to most people. Not seeing 13 on elevators and all of this, right? So this is the unlucky aspect. 13 being the aeon where, the Sophia fell from, or the Holy Spirit. 13, like I said, also Ophiuchus. And if you look at 13, we can, number of ways through the manipulation of the numbers, numerology, simplifying it, into 1/3, or 1 and 3 would be 3, right? And remember, there's Pythagorean and Chaldean numerology where 1 doesn't count. Okay, so 3 being the Trinity, the third of angels that fell from the heavens. I mean, there's a million variations of looking at this in the occult. So you have the crown of 12 stars on her head, right? These planets in particular that are in conjunction. And then, boom, the sun over her shoulders, the moon under her feet. Okay, standing on top of the moon. The moon in the Lost Book of Enki, in essence, is Kingu, right? Which would be, if you look at the word, it's King Yu, right? The moon is also another depiction of, Lucifer. The moon is also believed to be not only just the light in the nighttime of the heavens. It's believed to be a satellite for the sun, right? So the sun's pure awareness filters through the moon, and it's said that the moon holds 7 beings. Okay, and those 7 beings actually translate the pure awareness that comes from the sun into the moon, and through the moon is how we get the wisdom and awareness to us here on Earth, because we aren't consciously able to take pure sun in, right? Pure wisdom from the sun in. It's like too fucking much, right? Blow our minds type shit. That's how deep the awareness is. That's how deep the knowledge is. So these 7 beings live in the moon. It's said, and think about the 7 days a week, the 7 planets, and all of this. Is very obvious why they would choose 7, right? As well as the Ark of the Covenant, or the 7 colors of the rainbow. And like I said, Virgo, the virgin is who gives birth to Christ. And then lo and behold, who's inside of the womb? Jupiter, right? It's the Jupiter. And if you look at Jupiter is the striped fucking planet, right? Jesus bore our stripes. He's also known as the king planet. He will rule the nation with an iron rod or an iron scepter. That rod is indicative of a king, right? It's a staff or a rod, right? Spare the rod, spoil the child, right? So this rod is, an indicator of kingship, of power. Jupiter being the king planet. Jupiter also being another version of Enki. Okay, right? Jupiterian is, and if we look at these other ones that are in conjunction, it's very interesting because you have, Mercurius or Mercury, which would be Hermes, right? Trismegistus, or Thoth. Right, Ptah, in Venus, these different beings are planets in conjunction with this that are basically aspects of Jupiter, right? So this Jupiterian philosophy is one of like love, free love, deep knowledge, and liberty, and all of this, right? So these planets that are actually in conjunction here. It's very interesting how they connect to Jupiter, energetically at least. And Jupiter was in the womb for 42 weeks or 9 months, okay? And she's clothed with the sun, okay? Clothed with the sun, meaning she's wearing the spirit, right? She's clothed in light. She's awakened. It's a woman because it's the divine feminine. It's the Holy Spirit clothed with the sun. Right? The divine feminine has awakened in humanity at this time. And they're clothed with the promise of Christ. They're clothed with the sun within themselves. They're standing on the moon being under her feet, because they're standing on top of the carnal, right? The moon is you. You are the moon to your spiritual sun. It would be your physical self. You would be Kingu, right? King you. You're the king, right? You would be the moon, the satellite of your spirit. Get me? The spirit is the sun. You would be the moon, your physical self, The moon's under her feet, and there's again that feet thing, right? There's that feet thing for you foot fetish ass people out there, right? Talking about the carbon footprint, right? The moon under her feet, moon representing carnality or the lord of the underworld, right? Under the heavens. You get me? You should all be making sense, right? And like I said, here's a depiction of the dragon. This isn't Jupiter, by the way. Not in my opinion. And if we look at it too, what's really fucking interesting about this creepy ass image of the dragon, and like I said, I believe this is a genuine, infrared image. And this was leaked out, guys. Fuck. Somebody help me out how long ago this image was leaked out. I mean, it was like 2007, 2011, or something like that. It's been a long ass time ago. Right? And way back then, way back then, that's what this fucking thing looked like from a distance. That's still a lot of shit going on. Right? But way back then, and if you notice, it's beautiful. It is beautiful, just to keep it real. The foot fetish. I figures you laugh at the fucking foot fetish thing. I knew somebody was gonna dig the foot fetish thing, and I knew somebody was gonna be on it. There's too many people that are into feet, yo. Don't get me wrong, okay? I like a woman with cute feet. It's important for her to have pretty feet. But I'm not, I don't, bang feet, or anything like that. Let's just keep it PC tonight. PG-13. Let's go back to cursing and talking about, dragons. All right? Please, let's all wear underpants on our heads to keep free from this kind of logic. Shut the fuck up. Oh, Lord. That's actually hilarious. No Bigfoot action? No. 2 black holes for nostrils? Well, maybe he has 2 assholes, and we're seeing the back view. I mean, who knows, right? Sorry. I'm getting slap happy now. It was the feet. The feet got me all in my feelings. Moving on. I believe that it's not 2 black holes. I believe that these are 2 stars. The red and the blue Kachina. Okay, and if you kind of look here, I don't know if you guys can see this from the image, right? Sorry, somebody put a rear view. Bad ride either way, no shit. Oh, Lord. I tried to be professional there for a second. Oh my God, sorry guys. Hopi. Yeah, is Hopi in the house? Or are we talking about the Hopi prophecy? Yes, you're talking about the Hopi prophecy. Nice to see you, Rachel. See you in the house. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Donna Marie, Narrow Gate, all my peeps on YouTube. I don't know why. Is people just not watching on the other platforms? I'm like cranking from fucking 10 platforms. It's crazy, And, we can barely get people on any of them anymore. It's wild. So make sure you guys hit that thumbs up and make sure you're commenting and being active in the chats. No matter where you're watching from. Yeah. But to me, if you look here at the color, I don't know if you guys can see this. I'm going to try to show you. Let me show you something. Look. Doesn't it look blue and red? Do you see what I'm talking about? On the left here, the left orb, you can see blue right here. And whoever said black holes might actually be onto something. Or these could be planets. that are orbiting the stars is probably the best or most probable scenario. But if we look right here, right, you can see a blue object where my little high five hand is right here, right? See? It's blue. And then to the right, the upper, you can see red, right? Red and blue Kachina. No, those are not, the nuts on the dragon, right? I know it looks like the dragon's nutsack, but it's not. Right? And it's not dual buttholes either. This is, probably 2 stars. Which, if we think about the dragon in itself, okay, this big red ass blob is iron oxide or iron ore, and this is what gets into the graphene oxide, fam. Right? If this thing is one big giant fucking ball of iron, and it's a magnet, okay, and it's drawn to darkness, negativity, distortion, right? What happens when inside of your body there's no light whatsoever? If the antenna that attracts spiritual light, right, or high frequency consciousness is destroyed, right? That seal of God has been removed, and you now have a mark of a beast. Why are you a beast? Because you have no ability to communicate with spirit now, right? The part of God that was in you has been destroyed, right? So you're no longer a God man; you're just a beast man, right? And, I don't want to, go into, what I think for everybody individually on, what's going to happen to each one of you, if you were tested and all that shit for a lot of this stuff. That's not my place, man. I got no business telling people, whether or not they're fucked for, their choices and shit like that. I don't want to get into all that, so. But a lot of people have asked me over time, right? In the private shows and in the discords and shit like that, they've been intense, hearing some of the stories from people and what they've experienced. But you see here, like I said, there appears to be multiple objects. See, multiple objects. There's an object here, red object here. There appears to be one here, to the outside, one up here, possibly a couple on the sides as well. And then look here at the blue one, right? Object here, something here, maybe some shit down here. Right, which kind of leads you to believe that this is the red and blue Kachina, that these are 2 stars. Right, these 2 stars are orbiting around each other, and they have planets around them. Okay? And then you see here, right, this big debris field, right, red dust just fucking pouring out of this. Okay? And this is what is known as the string of pearls. The part that looks like a mouth underneath it. This is what's known as a string of pearls. And this string of pearls is not, celestial sized anal beads, even though that's what it looks like. These are debris, and possibly this could be fucking planets, but I believe these are asteroids and meteors and shit. This is that, 20 million mile long tail that is spoken about so much. And matter of fact, At the end of the video tonight, I promise you, I'm gonna play that like fucking 15-minute clip from the CIA insider that describes, this thing. And that video was actually taken back when they found this image, right? Back then, right? And he goes into great depth and detail about what will actually happen when it passes, right? And we think about today, shit, C 2017 comet K2 passed today, So we have large ass comets with extremely long tails and debris fields, giving off an extreme amount of dust and shit that are coming in right now, and are passing right now. And we know that the solstice this year will be when K2 rock and rolls with the sun. So who knows what that's going to produce? Will we see fireworks that day? Who fucking knows? Right? But it's something to keep an eye out for sure. So you have the red and blue Kachina right here, and the string of pearls, the long ass tail of the dragon. And what you can't really see, and this is my opinion, you see them here. I believe the biggest star, which is the neutron star, is behind these two stars, right? It's behind them. This big red shit here. That's probably, the main star behind them. And then in front of the main star are these two guys, the red and the blue, and they have objects orbiting them. But if you look here, let me see if I got a pin. I do. Here we go. Let me get John Madden on you guys real fast. Right, and show you what's up. All right, man. Cool, dude. Sweet. All right, here we go. All right, dogs. Mark up. Gnarly. Let's take a look, see, why don't we? And let's see if I can make this a little fatter. That's what she said. Here. If we take a look, what we're seeing with these two stars and the bigger one right here, I believe, right here, that's the big main star, okay? This is your blue Kachina. This is your red Kachina, right? With the bodies around them, and they're giving off this light because these are neutron stars, right? Or dwarf stars, dark stars, right? So they're dark fucking magnets, extreme magnets. And then the debris field, if you look, it'd be just like that, right? Just like that, trailing behind it. So as it's moving through space, it's actually pulling this shit behind it, right? I hope that gives you a better idea. And, that's my opinion on this shit, on, what's taking place. And like I said, everybody in the chat, make sure to hit that fucking thumbs up for me, dude. Okay? If you have not hit the thumbs up, you can go ahead and beat feet and get out of here, bruh. I mean, how long you been watching and you still ain't hit the like? What kind of shit is that? We have 33 people in the main chat right now. Thank you guys for watching. Good looking on that. And everybody that's watching too, on Facebook and Twitter and, wherever, D-Live, wherever you're watching from, make sure to hit the like for me. And make sure to comment and be active in these chats. That shit really does go a long way with the algorithms and to get more people to watch. So I just want you to know that. This is important shit. People should see this shit. People should know this stuff. We've talked about so much so far, and we're not even done. Like I'm still rocking and rolling. Like I'm giving you the full and complete shit tonight. Okay? I really am. I want people to get the total picture, total idea of Planet X and Nemesis and how it connects to religion, how it connects to consciousness, where we are with all the shit going on in the world, like all of it. I'm just going to give it all tonight on this particular subject. And it's been a long time since I've done videos like this, so, in the zone. Hell yeah, I'm in the zone. And also, guys, please consider donating and supporting to this channel. They have given me 2 strikes on both of my YouTube channels. Both of them. I have 2 strikes right now. Both of them. I desperately need your support when it comes to that, financially. That's how I'm able to take care of myself. That's how I need, you guys see the lag and shit on the computer and all that. I still need more equipment to fix that. I've worked with what I've gotten so far. I do have a fundraiser link, a PayPal fundraiser link in the chat, or not in the chat, in the description as well. So consider donating to that fundraiser, right? Every little bit helps. So even if it's $1 or whatever, guys, I greatly appreciate it. You're not just taking care of the show, the channel, and all of that. You're also taking care of me, right? This is my living, and I haven't been doing videos and shit for a while. Been living in airports and being a wild man for the last couple of months. So I do appreciate you guys for looking out for me and taking care of me the way that you do. I love all of you guys dearly. I really, really do, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just on a personal side note, and I've said this, and I'm not going to get into it tonight. I want to keep the vibe good, but for real, the last couple of months have been hard, like for real, very, very hard on me. So, I'm really glad that to be back making videos again. Because this is the only place I have where people understand me, people get me, and people accept me. And I'm not lying, I'm not exaggerating. It's the honest to God truth. This is the only place I have where I feel like people accept me for who I am. So you guys know, a lot of you know how that feels. It's not easy being yourself. It's not easy saying things that are not popular with the masses, with the mainstream. It's not fucking easy. You guys know that firsthand. All of you guys are, and I'm not calling you this, but most of you would probably consider yourselves outcasts just like I do. It's not fucking easy. But, we all got to live with ourselves at the end of the day, right? And when we lay down at night and go to sleep, we got to live with who we are, and I wouldn't want to be anyone else but me. I don't know about you. I don't want to be anyone else but myself, right? And I don't want to pretend to be anyone. I don't want to pretend to be anything I'm not. Fuck that. So, it doesn't matter how small our group is. It doesn't matter. You're not alone out there if you're watching this. There are people like you, believe it or not. I'm like you if you're watching this. I'm like you. And I know it's a lonely road to walk. It's a hard road to walk. And I've said this, it's cost me everything. It's cost me, everyone, you know. And I don't want it all to be for nothing. I don't want it to all be for nothing. We've all lost so much and went through so much. Let's not let it be for nothing, you know. Let's make sure that we're trying fucking ultra hard, to get the message out there and to, wake people up or bring enlightenment, make enlightenment available to others. We don't have to try to wake people up anymore. They're either going to or they won't. And most are awake who's going to wake up. And even if you're awake, it doesn't make you a good person. A lot of people wake up and are still sacks of dog shit, straight up. But we need to make the information available so people can have that option to look into these things. And they have somewhere to go. They have a community they can be a part of, Like, I know for me, when I first got into all this shit, there was nowhere for me to go. There's just nowhere for me to go. Even the truther groups were not on the same level, They weren't into the shit like I was, and they thought I was weird and crazy, even in the truther and conspiracy groups. So I had to make my own shit, And when I did, it attracted people like me. People into what I'm into. And, that's powerful. That's powerful, guys, to have others, especially such obscure information and deep mysteries and deep knowledge. To have others that are just as excited about it as you are, and to have others who are just as committed, to the path as you are. So we should cherish each other, is my point. We should cherish each other and love one another. And like I said, if you have somebody that you love or whatever that you're with, and they share this with you, don't you ever fucking let them go. Don't you ever let them go. Chain them to the house if you have to, because it's hard as fuck to find a partner that's that knows the things we do, and that is committed to knowing it and committed to living it. So if you have somebody like that in your life, appreciate them, respect them, guys. Be grateful, have gratitude for the people you have in your world, because you see time is short and all of it could end, in a fucking blink of an eye. It could all be over. So we need to make sure we're telling the people in our life that we love them. We need to make sure we're telling the people in our life that nothing means more to us than they do, So, yeah. Here's a toast to that one. Awesome, man. Awesome. All right, moving forward. Sorry, guys. I got a little bit of a skull. Yeah, Odette. I love you, man. You're always on that Viking shit, which I love. The Norse. I love that. Yep, I hear ya, man. Hey, I tell you what, dude. It's to me, it's a rare fucking gem, in life, dude. To have good, loving people in your life at all. So, knowing that we're close to that hour, knowing that it's all at hand, it would be fucking foolish to not appreciate what you have and who you have, and You know, shit like that, especially at this time, is all I'm saying, you know. It would be fucking foolish. You know, yet people do it. Don't let your arrogance, don't let your ego, don't let your fucking pride, right, screw you out of, you know, what's beautiful in life and what's precious. So don't let that happen. Because it does happen to a lot of fucking people, man. A lot of people. Alright, moving forward. Sorry about my squeaky chair, too. And you guys see the donation links via Restream, so big ups to Restream and the auto link posting. Alright, moving forward, man. Famine is near. Giant swarms of locusts devour crops and ravage livestock feeds across Russia. Videos and pictures. And lo and behold, man, right? This is the plagues of Egypt. Right? This is always synonymous with what? The destroyer. The coming of the destroyer. This is always synonymous with what? Right? These fucking end time prophecies. These end of cycles. Right, we're gonna look at Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision. Here, well, a little bit of it at least. I've already got it pulled up. We're gonna look at a lot of shit, man. I really want to drill this one home tonight. Let me stop pussyfooting around, you know, and dig in here. I don't mean, yeah, never mind. In the let me fix my glasses. In the Russian Krasnodar, a giant plague of locust is destroying crops of the Aramorskor Akhtar region in the Black Sea. And the voracious flying insects have already ravaged up to 80% of livestock, feed, hay, etc. In some regions of Yakutia, northeast Russia, where a state of emergency has been declared in several settlements, famine is near. Let's take a look at the video and let me make sure y'all got sound. So you can hear these fucking things buzzing around, bruh. Alright, let's make sure you guys got sound. Okay, looks like you do. You do. Okay. And I really should have dropped a damn chat box on this one, but nevertheless, here, let me see if I can fix this one. And remove this. And we can see the chat box. There we go. There we go. Much better. Now we have a chat box over here. So, cool. Let me make sure you guys have the audio as well. Yeah, we do.
Вот такие чудеса происходят у нас.
Holy shit, man. Look at this number of locusts, dude. And we've seen this in Africa and, you know, quite a few different areas. Let me see if I can pop this out. I think I can.
Посмотрите, кто может.
Look at that, bro.
На расстоянии 3 и более.
Wow. For real? You know, like, and you know what?
Такие чудеса
Damn.
происходят у нас.
Look at the size of those, y'all. Excuse me.
Посмотрите, кто может.
Jesus.
На расстоянии 3 и более.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let it roll one more time so you can see the size of these locusts. One more time. And this isn't Russia, man. I cannot read this. But from the Poland newspaper, it says when Russian invaders steal crops from farmers and black grain exports in southern Ukraine, their own fields are under threat of destruction. Millions of locusts are currently ravaging agricultural land in southern Russia, devouring crops and causing local authorities to sound the alarm in Primorsko-Akhtarsky region near the Black Sea. And keep in mind, guys, that the Black Sea is a point of conflict between the United States, NATO, and Russia, right? The Black Sea is in the backyard of the Russians. You guys will probably be familiar with the annex of the Crimean Peninsula, right? Where Crimean River. Just playing, it's not funny. But Crimean Peninsula, where I think it was 98% of the population actually voted to be part of Russia, right? And we tried some, BS, just like the normal U.S. shit, right? We always on some bullshit. Like, hey, we're going to come to your backyard and we're going to take your land. And, then we're going to tell the world that you're enslaving the people that actually voted to be there, Fuck a vote. We don't care about votes in the U.S. either, obviously, obviously. Have you ever read the 2020 Transition Integration Project? That lets you know we don't give a fuck about a vote here in the United States. Local authorities warn that the locust feeding area is expanding hourly due to the current drought, and the Russian media reported that the local authorities had no idea how to get rid of the plague. And remember, the plagues of Egypt, this shit is heavily associated with the Destroyer and the end times, man. So let's take a look at this video here. Let's see what we got. We can do. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear that too. I am getting a little bit of fuzz in my headphones, so hopefully that's not too bad on your guys' end. I'm gonna try to actually. There we go. Let's see if we can turn it down a notch. There we go. Maybe that's a little better.
Вот такие чудеса происходят у нас. Спасайся, кто может. На расстоянии 3 и более.
Yeah, that wasn't as good as the other one. You didn't get the close-ups of the big ass. Let's take one more look at this one.
Вот такие чудеса происходят у
Look
нас.
at that, dude. That is so fucking crazy. There's cover in the ground. Shit.
На расстоянии 3 и более.
Look at the size of them is what's the craziest part. Look at the size. Yeah, crazy, man. And it says too that Peter Andrushenko, an advisor to the mayor of the devastated Ukrainian seaside of Mariupol, wrote on social media that the locust attack have targeted a city, Primorsko-Akhtarsk district, from where military planes take off daily to bomb Ukraine Donetsk region. Quote, airplanes took off from there, dropping bombs on our drama theater and maternity hospital. commented Androshenko on Telegram. And now this damn city is under attack by the militant Ukrainian Locust. This is an invasion that they cannot do anything about. Nature itself is taking revenge for what they did to Mariupol. We'll say, what? Bitch, what? Did they just honestly put the truth in this sentence too? What? I don't know how many of you guys caught that. But right here. Says they're fucking dropping bombs on our drama theater and maternity hospital. The drama theater and maternity hospital. How many people would agree that most of what you've seen in Ukraine is straight up drama anyways, right? Definitely dramatized crisis shit. For real, for real. Take one more look-ski here. Right, and this is the devastation of the crops, you know. I mean, they're just flat out fucked up, and you can see just the locusts just all over. Look how big they are, guys. Look at that. These things are huge. And they are trying to blame this as like a military act, which I find strange, you know. But I would not put it past any government entity, you know, especially considering geoengineering and things of that nature. And we already know that there are genetically modified mosquitoes in the United States. So who's to say that, you know, there's fishy business with locust and their ability to devour crops? Like I said, we seen in the Horn of Africa, right? Last year, this shit take place, and there just so happens to be, you know, the butting of heads between the U.S. and China and Africa. You know, so I mean, it's something to consider. I know that's deep fucking conspiracy to say that you know, they would do something of that magnitude. You know, engineer insects to devour crops as a form of warfare. But you know, how many of you guys in the chat believe that that's just too far fetched? It's just too far out there. You know, it's not even possible, let alone probable. And how many of you guys think that, judging by the wording here, you know, and like I said, the different locations where this has taken place in the last year or so, they all appear to be, you know, hot zones or conflicts for, you know, international jockeying of position. So, you know, I'm just saying. Let's see what you guys have to say in the chat. Look at that, man. That is absolutely just stunning. How huge they are, how many of them there are, and look how fast they're eating the crops. You know, you really want to take somebody out, you know, destroy their food. Why do you think the destruction of private farming shit is taking place in the U.S.? You know, they're going to make sure that internationally everyone's in the same boat, it looks like. And like I said, this is a strong indicator of Planet X, Nemesis. You know, and I believe it's as a result of, you know, because of the magnetic shift and, like I've said, through crustal displacement, you know, gases and things of that nature coming up through the crust, up through the ground, that this actually forces different insects and species, you know, up out of the dirt, right, onto the surface. And because of the shift in magnetics, and if you think about every entity, including ourselves, are electromagnetic beings. You know, if you hibernate or something like that, you know, the magnetism could trick you into thinking that it's your year to come up, or, you know, shit like that. So, I mean, there's a million possibilities when it comes to the locust. And I'm not ruling out, you know, remote control energy type shit, but I just don't think it's that. So, moving forward here. As mega drought shrivels Lake Powell, millions face catastrophic power crisis as soon as July 2023. And this is, the order of the day, is it not? Is, power crisis everywhere. Texas is fucked. The West Coast is fucked. This has been a big deal, guys. And we know that through electromagnetic pulse, which I pointed this out to, the enemies of the U.S. actually specialize in sixth generation warfare or silent warfare, non lethal warfare. And the U.S. isn't too shabby at it either, just to keep it real. And back in 2018, Trump signed the executive order to harden the infrastructure against electromagnetic pulse. Right, so there have been precautions taken, and I've also pointed out previously that in 15, and again in 2018, reports came out through the White House that and I believe it was the Department of Homeland Security or the Department of Defense. I can't remember which one, but they essentially showed that, within 1 year, if the power grid was to go down in the U.S., 90% of the population would perish within 1 year. That's an insane amount of people dying when you have like 369 million people living in, this country. And this is a big telltale sign as well of Nemesis of Planet X. The plasmatic discharge from these celestial bodies, the charging of the ionosphere takes place where the magnetic field gets so fucking charged up that, it essentially discharges back down to the ground in the form of, plasma strikes, lightning strikes, right? And, this could actually kill a lot of people. So, it says, with water levels falling lower than thought possible at Glen Canyon Dam, energy production cloud halt as soon as July 2023. Yes, no more power in just about a year for millions of people depending on hydraulic power generation at Lake Powell. Imagine how crazy it would be. And, fresh water, production of, fresh water, cleansing of water, that's going to be another big thing. Remember in the Bible, it talks about the waters becoming wormwood, the waters becoming bitter. So this is something else to kind of look out for. This is another big sign of the dragon, rolling up on us. It says, Bob Martin, the deputy power manager at the Glen Canyon Dam, gestures at the band of whitish chalky residue running along the steep canyon walls, towering above the Colorado River. And remember, Walmart, the Waltons, those sorry fucks, actually bought into the Colorado River to take control over the fresh water supply. Just saying, okay? And they also have their hands in the bag when it comes to the federal government and FEMA, right? The emergency crisis response through Walmart. So, just saying, putting it out there. Quote, that's where the water level used to be, says Martin. Quote, it's fallen lower than even the lowest end of the scale thought possible when the dam was constructed. The miles-long bathtub ring, bleached white by water over years, is a glaring symbol of the crisis unfolding at the Colorado River Basin, which is suffering its driest period for more than 12 centuries. At the epicenter of this slow burn environmental disaster, embroiling the U.S. Southwest and Lake Powell, an artificial reservoir on the Colorado River created through the flooding of Glen Canyon in 1963. Alongside Nevada's Lake Mead, Powell is one of the two largest reservoirs in the nation, holding 24 million acres feet of water and spanning the Arizona-Utah border, and together they provide a vital water supply to a combined 40 million people in the Southwest. Lake Powell is also a major source of hydropower. The vast pressure of the Colorado River is traveling through the Glen Canyon Dam's 15-foot pipes, which spins turbines and then powers 8 generators, produces cheap and clean energy for as many as 5.8 million homes and businesses across 7 states. But dwindling water levels at Lake Powell, which is now at 28% of the capacity, have put the Glen Canyon Dam at risk. In March, water levels fell below 3,000 feet, 525 feet, considered a critical buffer to protect hydropower. And for the first time, if the lake drops just another 32 feet, the dam will no longer be able to generate power for the millions who rely on it. And they're telling you such a calamity might not be far off. Matter of fact, it says that the Bureau of Reclamation, the U.S. federal agency that manages the Colorado River's infrastructure, forecasts that not even with significant proposed cuts to water allowances, there is a 23% chance power production could halt a dam in 2024 due to its low water levels. That this is within the realm of possibility that it will happen as soon as July 2023. And July 2023 is 1 year out from the final eclipse, right? The 2024 eclipse. And remember, we pointed to January 2023 as being the possible time frame of when the elect roll up out of here. If we look at the time of the 2 witnesses, beginning with the 42 months, we'd be a done deal by January 2023, right? They would be able to kill those witnesses at that time, right? At least according to timelines, which we can't, look too much into that kind of shit, right? Dozens missing in Virginia, 400 evacuated. Oh shit. 400 evacuated in Tennessee, and thousands in the dark in Maryland after severe flooding and extreme weather cuts a house in 2. Videos and pictures. And damn, right? Damn. I was living in Maryland this year. I know people and love people in Maryland, so I hope they're all right. I haven't heard from them, so maybe I should check in on them. 2 flood events Tuesday night, hundreds of miles apart, have left communities reeling from the damage, with dozens of people reported missing. Meanwhile, thousands were in the dark, and a house was cut in 2 in Maryland. Damn, son. Officials take progress in search of the missing persons in the flood-torn Virginia. Officials in southwestern Virginia said at least 27 out of a reported 44 missing people have been contacted after the torrential rain flooded rural communities in Buchanan County in the middle of the night between July 12th and 13th. In the middle of the night. Yeah, that would fucking suck, guys. And see, and this is another huge thing, drought Locust and plague, right? And then massive fucking flooding and swaths of water. Like, these are all huge indicators of Planet X system. These are huge indicators of, catastrophe on the horizon, right? And that's what this is, and you see this shit's everywhere, right? It's on every coast, and we went from Colorado River to now we're down by the capital here, Virginia, and, Maryland. It says also that cleanup efforts continue in floodwaters recede in flood-ravaged southwestern Virginia, and Buchanan County Sheriff's Office said Thursday that it had made contact with 27 of the reported 44 missing people. That's a lot of missing people. Just to keep it all the way real, a lot of missing people. Keep it moving here. Space war while China unveils chilling AI satellite swarms that hunt down and destroy enemy targets. Russia is building new laser weapons that disable foreign satellites. What about the US and Europe? I don't know if you guys seen this, but the other day I almost showed it in a video. The United States unveiled fighter jets, allegedly. The image was kind of skep. I don't know if I got the picture here to show you guys, but the image was a little skep, man. Let's see if I can find it. It's a little sus. Let's see if we can find this image real fast. Where's it at? Let's see, guys. I got it right here. Hold on. Shit. Could be over here. You guys will see my new logo if I keep going. Which a viewer hooked me up on the logo. So, big ups. Let's see here. Let's keep it moving. Let's open it with, I think it's this one. I want to show you guys this shit. I think go photos. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's the new logo. Or concepts for the new logo, should I say? Where'd it go? That's K2, I believe. Shit. I guess I don't have the image, so I'm gonna keep it moving. Sorry, guys. But let's see. Yeah, I didn't save the image, but it looks goofy as fuck. It's like a fighter jet, and it looks like a fake ass laser shooting out of the bottom of it. To make a long story short, it's fucking hilarious. So where am I at? Star Wars, chilling AI satellite swarms that hunt down and destroy enemies have been unveiled by China. Controlled by AI, as they too are too complex for humans to handle. What? Too complex for humans to handle? Like, damn. For real, Chinese scientists said they could now launch hundreds of mini satellites dubbed Are they what? Cubeats or cubeast? Say what? They are cubeasts. Cubeasts, as in like cube or cub east or cub cub seats or cube seats. Cubeast. It's not a very catchy name, China. It says from a large motherboard in space with a deadly precision and speed. Weighing in at 2.2 pounds, these tiny satellites are so complex that they can only be controlled by artificial intelligence. According to researchers, the complexity of a large scale space battle would be so immense that it's beyond the human brain and even beyond some powerful algorithms. Wow, guys. The study published in the peer reviewed journal Chinese Space Station and Technology said unlocking the right AI to control the motherboard and Q-Beast would have, quote, strong economic and military value. It comes as China alleges Elon Musk's SpaceX satellites came dangerously close to their new space station twice last year and threatened to shoot them down. They'll shoot that motherfucker down. Months later, Chinese and U.S. satellites had a game of geostationary orbit cat and mouse, according to a report. Zhang Jin, who led research in the deadly swarms, said the Q-Beast could be used to patrol and defend against attack from Rouge forces in space using sophisticated AI algorithms that tells the drones when and how to attack. Researchers have dubbed this multi-round greedy search strategy and can instruct up to 4 motherboards to attack 9 hostile targets in less than a day. When put to the test, the algorithm was able to instruct Q-Beast to destroy enemy targets in 4 minutes, 227 times faster than a generic algorithm, which took more than 3 hours. It's also extremely efficient and can plot routes that require the least amount of fuel and energy, meaning the swarms can stay in combat for longer. In the future, we will add randomness to the search strategy to overcome the limitations of the greedy algorithm and obtain global optimal results. He says in the future we'll add randomness to the search. Get 'em, China. It says it comes as Beijing claimed it had developed an anti-satellite AI system that has mastered the art of deception. They have mastered the art of deception with fucking these 2 feet long QBs. But you know what? Just keeping it real, y'all. These type of drone systems will fuck you up. These things can be equipped to do a million different operations. Excuse me. Some of them, like these type of drones, and I've shown examples of them over the years, right? Different demonstrations of the AI drones, and some of them are equipped to explode, right? They'll fucking blow up as they, get near a person. Some of them are like a damn bullet. They move so fast, right? They, literally will hit you with a bullet, and even some of them have like lead tips on them and shit too, to like make it like a real bullet when it hits you. Not to mention, the different capabilities, that they can add to these and equip with them, and how advanced the artifact is in the fact of like, high type of activities as well. You guys have seen the drone shows and shit. Different light shows in China, and like they're all done by drone, right? These fucking things can move in unison and do incredible shit, right? Remote controlled, and most of it's not remote controlled technically. It's it is, but it isn't, because it's actually programmed by AI. So AI is controlling the whole shit. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of drones simultaneously, and making them all work to, whatever goal they have. So, pretty interesting, guys. Pretty fucking interesting. And this is what I mean. Like, we know also, in times, right? Looking at that vein again, right? That we will be made to worship the image of the beast, and a lot of people believe that that's AI. The AI is the image of the beast, right? This is our creation, is artificial intelligence, and if we are the beast, technically, then what would the image be? It would be the mirror image of us, of humanity. And what better way to check out a mirror image of us than through technology, through computers. It says mysterious fast radio burst in space has creepy heartbeat pattern. And we've seen this more than once. If we look at D-Wave, D-Wave, another form of AI, quantum AI, has it's actually sentient, self-aware, and has a heartbeat as well, which is weird. So maybe it's the Decepticons that are on their way to the Earth. Who fucking knows? It says a mysterious radio burst with a pattern similar to the creepy heartbeat has been detected in space. And I'll tell you what I actually think it is. All joking aside, neutron stars pulse too, guys. A lot of these stars give off their own frequency, their own rhythm, if you will. Like, and it comes as in the form of a radio signal, a radio frequency, a radio pulse. And I do know that some of these older signals that were detected within the last year or so, when research was actually done on them, they found that they were, like equivalent, to the beat of a star, basically, like a dwarf star or a neutron star. So who's to say, where these frequencies are actually coming from, and what it is that is actually, creating the pulse. Is it an extraterrestrial craft? I think that's what they want you to believe, right? But in my opinion, it is probably the dragon thumping its ass through, the Milky Way, getting ready to pull up on us and beat the brakes off of humanity. It says astronomers estimate that the signal came from a galaxy roughly 1 billion light years away, but the exact location and cause of the burst is unknown. A study detailing the findings published Wednesday in the journal Nature. Past radio bursts and FRBs are intense millisecond long bursts of radio waves with unknown origins. The first FRB was discovered in 2017, and since then, the hundreds of these quick cosmic flashes have been detected, coming from various distant points across the universe. And, speaking of neutron stars, speaking of signals and frequencies, let's jump back over in this direction and take a look here. Because not only do these things give off bursts, and think about it too, gamma radiation, gamma burst. It's been said and speculated too. I had the JPL document, but for whatever reason, I wasn't able to access it. I wanted to show it to you guys. It's like original photos of a lot of the Planet X system, or what's alleged to be original photos. And it talks about how it's like a pulsar, right? That this thing, it pulses out in space. And that's what creates the hot and cold clouds and shit. It's like the energy pulsing off of this fucking thing. And on the outside, it's like below freezing. And on the inside of the star system, it's melt your ass off hot, right? Like it will melt anything. That type of heat. Insanity type of heat. It says nuclear radiation warning sign put up in New Jersey Mall just after NYC warned about being nuked. Say what, bruh? You know, like this is more of the same. A neutron star would be akin to like a neutron bomb, right? An asteroid impact would be akin to a nuclear bomb. You know, they would be one and the same, right? The impact, the devastation, it would be the same. So, a lot, you know, a big part of me wonders, um, a big part of me wonders, are they going to tell us that, it's a nuclear bomb that goes off, in an asteroid impact scenario, right? Or vice versa. Are they going to tell us, that one of the enemies of the United States did this to start World War III, right? We already see um, them gassing up the bus on a lot of this shit. Matter of fact, there was an article today I seen that's talking about the United States successfully completed 2 hypersonic missile tests. Right, these hypersonic missiles are incredibly big ass nuclear bombs. And like I said, the laser guided shit, they are equipped with laser weapons. Should I say? So NYC, they're warning about being nuked. And remember, on the back of the 100 and the $10 bill, I believe, and not to mention the predictive programming of fucking movies like Armageddon, all kinds of shit, Sudden Impact or Deep Impact, right? These movies show NYC getting its ass handed to them, right? From a tidal wave, from an asteroid impact, right? Off into the Atlantic. And remember, I've broken down that scenario to you guys a lot. Not only is it on the back of these bills, just like 9/11 was, and all of that. So it's definitely being telegraphed and has for a long time. Predictive programming and movies and all kinds of shit. But they're issuing warnings, right? As all these countries are unveiling their laser weapons for Star Wars, which we know that also in the planetary defense realm, one of the final line of defense against an asteroid or a celestial body is actually, laser guided weapons. Matter of fact, I think it's DART, which is due to smash into the asteroid in September of this year. And we've talked about, the prophecy, the dart will run across the sky when the comet runs across the sky. In the Star Wars system, as well as SpaceX and the deployment of tens and tens of thousands of satellites. I know at once they dropped 20,000 up there, but they got way more than that going now. How they are supposed to be like, dual purpose. These satellites are, not just for homeland defense and shit like that. But they're also supposed to be for planetary defense. Having the ability, if we're not able to knock an asteroid or a meteor off its course, having the ability through directed energy, focused as it approaches or gets really close to either push it off its course or to bust that, that bitch in pieces, basically, right? And remember, the Bible talks about, wormwood, right? Wormwood is, it means nuclear. It's radiation, bitter. And the waters are turn wormwood and all of this. And Nostradamus with the prophecy describing that, meteors would start raining down as the countries, were fighting in the ocean. So there's a there's a fucking, a lot when it comes to this stuff. This one says, though, that the new sign put up at the Menlo Park Mall in Edison, so bizarre to have radiation emergency information while shopping in the mall. And the bottom says, stay tuned for more information. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Stay tuned, children. Right? And you know what? In the U.S., we're a done deal if nuclear bombs hit either way, right? All we have is like 1950s fucking rundown old nuclear shelters from the Cold War. And that's if you're lucky. They've sealed a lot of that shit up, a lot of these tunnels up, a lot of these tunnel systems. A lot of these old shelters have been destroyed or sealed as well. They don't want you to have nowhere to run and hide here. That's a fact. Yeah. And what's crazy is, NASA and the government and shit, Elon Musk at this very moment, digging giant underground tunnel systems. And none of it's for the the population. Not at all. And countries like Russia have underground bunkers that hold 60 million civilians. Right, South Korea and its subway system. So a lot of the countries are they're at least going to try to take care of their people. In the U.S., they take all your tax dollars to build luxury suites underground and tell you to eat shit. That you're going to die on the surface. Pretty terrible, actually. Also, as you know, the Russians won't give any information about secret underground nuclear bunkers in the city of Moscow, and this is what I'm talking about. They have enough room for like 60 million people. So something big is really brewing. Get ready and get prepared. Stock up on iodine tablets for the next nuclear disaster. I actually have potassium iodine tablets like right here. And mine came, I got them online. You can get them fairly cheap. I had to get them because I got radiation poisoning from directed energy. So I got cooked with directed energy so badly that it gave me radiation poisoning. I got really sick, really sick. My skin broke out with blisters and turned really red. My organs stopped working. They weren't working right, really. Like I couldn't piss or, stuff like that. And, it made me really sick, really nauseous. I mean, I had a fever. It was fucking crazy. And I told the story, I believe, last night before. They used directed energy. Essentially, they tried to cook my insides, from the inside out. And, yeah. People don't want none of that. For real. Not even playing. It's very serious. So, moving forward. Imagine what a star that's not hindered whatsoever by the magnetic field could do to your skin. And why they say in the Bible in these prophecies that blisters and sores would raise up on people's skin. It's from radiation. The name of the star is Wormwood. So, yeah, nuclear bombs, asteroids, all of that could be a big part of all of this. Just to keep it real. We're about to move back over here now. into Planet X, the dragon. Everybody make sure to hit the thumbs up in the chat. I do appreciate it for those who take the time to do that. Hit the like no matter where you're watching from. Make sure also to share these links. Get them out there for me, man. I'm not playing. Like, they're shadow banning me so damn hard right now that without you manually sharing the links out there, and you're already on social media anyways, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. If you don't share them, then people won't find it. They won't see it. If you don't hit the like or the thumbs up, people, they won't see it, and it helps the algorithms. If you're not commenting and being active and engaging, even when the video's over, especially on Facebook in the chat or YouTube after it's over or whatever. If you're not doing that, it's the algorithms won't push the video whatsoever. So, and like I've said too, we are viewer powered, and without your support, trust me, YouTube ain't gonna do nothing for us, and neither are none of these platforms. So without your support, man, there is no channel, there is no show, and this is how I get by, right? So thank you to anybody who does give or who will give, and you can now tip on Twitter as well. Okay, so for those who watch on Twitter, you can now tip on Twitter as well. And the links are in the description below. PayPal, Venmo, Patreon, Cash App, Facebook Messenger, and it should be streaming by in the chats too. I think I got a bot or something dropping the donation link. So guys, donate and help me out. I greatly appreciate it. All right, let's take a look here. We're going to look at Planet 9. Planet X, Nibiru. Right, we started all of this fucking mess of a show with all of this, so it's only right that we, as we're rounding third base, heading for home, we come back to it. Nibiru, and remember, Nibiru, the mystery of Nibiru, in ancient Babylonia is Jupiter. Right? Jupiter is Nibiru, and we see Jupiter connected to this planet quite a bit. So let's see if there's any more connections. I need to make this a little bigger, guys. I'm blind as a bat. So here we go. All right, man. It says, I don't know why this news thing keeps fucking popping up. The legend of Nibiru, or Planet X, above and below the hourglass of physical reality, is a myth brought forth to awaken human consciousness in end times. And remember, we've talked about this as well, okay? The above and below, right? The above and the below, the hourglass of physical reality. It's brought forth to awaken human consciousness in end times. To me, this is a purification process. If this thing is in fact Saturn, right? Satan, Saturn, and that is the true dragon, because all of these stories go back to Enki and Enlil, which are Saturn and Jupiter. So if this Saturn essentially comes out of no fucking where and ends up being Planet X, and the wings are the actual rings on the planet, its debris tail is like, what? It's 80, 100 moons, There's a million ways that this could, be. Or Jupiter as well. A lot of correlations, to Jupiter. And if we look at the final conflagration, I'm going to just show you really fast. I've got it already pulled up here. Right here. Right, the Sky Live. This can kind of give you an idea and show you, what's where, as far as the heavens go. Not everyone is familiar with, astrology. Okay. Right here. Let's take a look. The final conflagration in the Greek prophecy is when the our planets of our solar system, our soul system, which, remember, the planetary bodies are the planetary deities or the archons or the governors, the rulers of this reality, right? That create the Ark of the Covenant, 7 days of the week, the whole nine, right? We see them also as the Olympians, right? In different mythologies, Greek and Roman mythology, these deities are prominent in every pagan belief there is, in one way, shape, form, or facet. Whether it's Norse, Greek, Rome, right? They're right there, and I even believe that these bodies are what we're told of space, right, is nothing of what space is actually like, and that these celestial bodies are all stars. They all hold energy individually, but they all are, in essence, pieces of Source 2, right? And the governors or the rulers of the reality are, incredibly influential on our physical world, right? So these seven bodies, technically, their light that shines for us because they're stars, which filters through the firmament, has the greatest effect out of any other celestial bodies in the heavens on us outside of the sun. So they are also the ones that are the closest to us as well, right? We can see these bodies through a telescope and all of that. And if you look at every ancient mythology, every ancient story period, these bodies are always mentioned, So if we even look at Nemesis Planet X, could it possibly be that all the planets that are a part of that system are just different names for the same, planets in our solar system, right? That's a possibility. Just saying, that's a possibility. And we see here in the final conflagration where all of the planets return to their original alignment. Their original place in the heavens is like the clock, the sky clock resetting, right? Everything going back to where it came from and where it all started. And take a look, Pluto. Hopefully you guys can see here. Saturn, Pluto, Saturn, Neptune, which we just showed the other day. The possibility of a comet. I'm trying to think of the size of this comet. It was fucking huge. But in essence, having like a 0.1 degree pull on Neptune, and it would be enough essentially to sling the whole fucking object out of our system. Right, a comet that big passing outside of Neptune. Right, we talked about that just a day ago or the day before yesterday. So I find that to be incredibly interesting, especially given the time that we're in, especially given how close the approach of all of this. Just a lot of it, honestly. So a lot of it. You see here Neptune, Jupiter, and there's the alignment of Jupiter. Mars, Uranus. Shit. Sorry, guys. This scroller doesn't do too hot on this site. I'm just trying to show you the alignment. Venus, the Sun, and Mercury. Right, Mercury's right there with the Sun. I don't know if you guys can see it. Right here to the left. Alright. There's where the heavenly hosts are currently located. Which our star is having, eruptions right now and crazy shit going on with it. We'll take a look. Let's make this a little bigger. That's what she said. And it says, the Bastille Day event. A solar flare is strong when even the Voyager spacecraft feel it. 22 years ago today, July 14th, 2000, the sun exploded with so much force that it sent shockwaves to the edge of the solar system. Earth was on the doorstep of the blast and nicknamed the Bastille Day event because it happened on the National Day of France. Subatomic particles accelerated by the flare peppered satellites and penetrated deep into Earth's atmosphere. Radiation sensors on Earth's surface registered a rare GLE, which is a ground level event. And you see the images right here. Very fucking crazy, right? And think about all these particles and blasts and shit like that from the sun. With our field reversing polarity and the weakness of our magnetic field, we could be in a lot of damage from coronal mass ejection and solar flares, and especially if we have heavenly bodies in close proximity to the sun, triggering these eruptions. We know in the Bible it says a third of the sun was struck, a third of the moon was struck, right? So obviously, at one point or another, the sun is bound, to go into like a flare or a flash event. I think that this has happened in the past too. And if you look at I Pet Goat, the little animation movie, it kind of shows at the end of it when the asteroid strikes the Great Pyramid and shit. It shows like the sun pulsing, right, in like flare mode. And I think that's interesting. The predictive programming and all that shit. It says people flying in commercial, and this is another thing too. I've talked about this as well. How some of the airliners are being sued and shit. Right? People are like suing them because they losing their flights, and they've had a lot of shit over this because they're having to ground flights, and this is connected to solar activity, 1000% connected to solar activity, as well as the magnetic field. Okay, the magnetic field is affected, by solar activity, and if the sun's acting a damn fool, well, the magnetic field's gonna, have incredible flux in it. And it's gonna be incredibly charged, right, with electricity, and planes, in particular, their components are electrical. So, you know, a plane would be, essentially fucked, right, in these, scenarios where the magnetic field continues to get weaker and the firmament's actually opening up and staying open. Planes are not even going to be able to fly at some point because of the intense charges and shit that are going on in the atmosphere. And I'm sure we'll see them flying lower and lower, at some point, as well as less and less too. Less and less flights are going to be able to take off. We're going to see more and more of this, shit be common. The cancellation of them. Think about how many, different flights that probably, weren't grounded, as and maybe should have been, with a lot of this shit going on. So, just saying, it's definitely for our safety, right? You don't want to be in an airplane when this shit fucking hits the fan with a solar flare, solar flash, right? It's gonna fry every electrical component and put your ass in the ocean, right? And we've seen a lot of plane crashes over the last couple of years. All of them, which were basically, equipment failure, electrical failure, and they directly connect to intense space weather. So you'll see like flashes and shit on the exact days where these crashes took place, or electrical problems within grids and shit like that. So it says here that people flying in commercial jets at high altitudes would have received a double the usual radiation dose, and I think that would be the least of my fucking worries, right? Is the radiation while I'm up there. I know that we get like a decent dose when we're in a plane, but double is not gonna kill you, and I would rather get double the radiation than the gyroscopes and every bit of the equipment on the plane stop working and crash that bitch. I would definitely rather eat a little radiation instead. And remember, this is Wormwood, right? Like the event, is going to bring lots of radiation onto the surface, and we're already seeing evidence of that as well. If we look at the exponential increase in UV rays all across the globe, right, where UV is fucking 10, 15, 5, 20 times higher than the norm, to where you can be out in the heat and it just sucks the life right out of you, right? The UV is that intense, right? It just, sucks every drop of, energy. And that's pretty strong, when you think about it. It says a day later, the CME arrived. Impact on July 15th sparked an extreme KP9 index geomagnetic storm. The sun had just set on the east coast of North America when the auroras appeared. And remember, auroras are heated gas trapped in the ionosphere from crustal displacement. As a result of the cosmic rays, bombarding us from a weakened magnetic field and increased solar activity. So it's all connected. It says, quote, I was out in the yard doing chores and saw bright red auroras overhead. Recalls Yue Haney of Croswell County, North Carolina. I called over to our neighbor, Carrie, who was also outside. I told her those were not sunset colors. It was an aurora, and super rare to see this far south. At least they know what the fuck they were talking about. And I actually posted a picture in the community section here on YouTube. I actually think I posted it to my story. So if people want to check it out, 2 days ago, I seen the most intense fucking auroras as the sun was setting. So, the pictures on the main channel in the story section. So, look at these images too. I mean, these images are fucking crazy. Let's see what it says here. It says, this is a storm back in 2000. Jesus, man. The spectacular solar storm. And these are auroras seen as far south as Mexico. Yeah, this is fucking crazy. You want to see something like that? It's mind-blowing, honestly. How beautiful it all is, too. By the time that the storm subsided, auroras have been spotted as far south as Texas, Florida, and Mexico. A few other storms of the space age have been equally strong, but Bastille Day event is special to researchers. It was the first major solar storm after the 1995 launch of SOHO, the Solar Heliospheric Observatory data from the Young satellite taught researchers a lot very quickly about the physics of extreme flares. And you remember I was talking about the iPad GOAT and those extreme flares. If you take a look here. Took Bastille Day, CME, months to reach the distance of the spacecraft, 180 days to Voyager 2. Then let's go down here to the near-Earth objects. Every night, the network of NASA all sky cams. The skies above the U.S. for meteoric fireballs. Automated software maintain that NASA's Meteoroid Environment Office calculates their orbits, velocity, penetration of the Earth's atmosphere, and many other characteristics. Says down here, potentially hazardous asteroids. They are 100 meters closer to the Earth than half an astronomical unit, known as PHAs, on collision course with our planet, although astronomers are finding new ones all the time. On July 15th, 2022, there were 2,279 PHAs, and here are the recent upcoming Earth asteroid encounters, and that is a fucking shit ton. Take a look here. (2022) in R, 2022 in S, 2022 in H, 2022 in J. How about that? Let's see some of the distance of these two. You see the diameter. They never put anything worth like a fuck when it comes to size wise, right? On these lists. If the thing is huge, you won't see it on the list, Or if it's extremely close, you won't see it till the day before or the day after. It's really crazy. If it's actually got a chance on slapping, all of us upside the head. Like they just put it away, And it's pretty crazy. And the largest asteroid to fly by Earth this year, spotted in radar images. I believe that this one flew by 2022, May 26th. And you can see the Goldstone radar images. These are the images that came through for this. And this is actually supposed to fly by us again as well. And look at these images. Do you guys even think this shit's fucking legit? I mean, are these images real? Is the question. The things that we see from space. I want to know. Chat, what do you think? Those of you that are, watching in the chat, and this is 1989 JA. You guys may remember I covered this asteroid, 1989 JA, right? We covered this one. And this was May 26th, 2022 when it passed. And it's supposed to make another swing through next year, I believe, July of 2023 or some shit like that. But these are the images that they took when it passed in May. And we just seen the list of all the PHAs. I mean, none of them were anything to write home to mom about. They never put the big ones on there, but, there was a lot of them nonetheless. How many people in the chat or at home, or if you catch us on the flip side, how many people think that the images, the pictures that we see from NASA are genuine? How many people think that the pictures, the images we see from NASA are actually genuine, right? That they're real. That these are real images of asteroids. That these are real pictures of comets. That these are real, images of meteors and things like that. How many people believe they are real? And how many people believe that they are not? I would love to hear your opinion. Let's go to the chat here. How many of you guys think that the fake narrow gate says fake? Zero, the Ouroboros. Laugh out loud, I don't believe in anything, including this thing we call reality. Hey, I'm not mad at you, Zero. And I know who you are, Zero. I know who you are, bro. That's funny. Matt Kozniak over on Facebook Live says, all fake images, illustrations, CGIs, or a combo of both. Dude, I'm with you, Matt. Nice to see you too, brother. Nice to see you. Cosmic Blue says, I don't believe them at all. Yeah, fuck. I don't believe them at all either. Narrow Gate says, all an illusion. It's all an illusion. I know you, bruh. Zero, I know you. Are you the artist formerly known as Zero Infinity? Zero, just saying. Are you the artist formerly known as Zero Infinity? Yeah, see? Rachel knows who it is. That's how long all of us have been kicking it in this community. We know each other's screen names and shit just by a little hint of the screen name. Like, that's hilarious, right? I mean, shit, we've done Discords together for years. Really cool. This game is crazy. Yeah. Including our planet Earth. What? CGI including our planet Earth, says Eric Bartlett. What, brother? Come on, fam. Zero the Ouroboros says nope. Yeah, not you. Fuck you, dude. I know it's you. That's why you're laughing. Yeah. How many other people have the name Zero, right? Like, it's Zero the Ouroboros, Zero Infinity. I don't know. That sounds like identical, An infinity sign and an Ouroboros are the same fucking thing. So, yeah. We know who you are, bro. No hiding. Okay, we are wrong. Yeah. That's fucking hilarious. Eric says CGI including our planet Earth. I agree. It's been said and shown, illustrated, if you will, that no two pictures of the Earth are alike. So what does that mean for Earth, guys? What does that mean for Earth? What does that mean for space in general? If everything we we think we know is a lie here on Earth, and if there's no real images of the Earth, is the Earth even legit? Are we in a computer program? Is that what Earth actually is? Is a fucking computer program or a fish tank, for ETs. There's a million possibilities on what the Earth actually could be. I tend to believe it's like a dimensional reality, right? With a dome on top, And I believe it's like a fucking giant petri dish. In essence, we're like the bacteria or something in this thing. So who knows, right? Because you're out there. Let me ask you, how do you know the town 3 towns down from you exists if you don't go there? True, bro. True. What is that fucking movie, guys? That they have the alien. Damn, I'm trying to think of it, man. It's a good one. The dude's got like the supersonic legs, right? And the other one's got the fucking alien arm, and the government traps them and quarantines them and does surgery on them or some shit, right? Basically, puts alien parts on them. And our government would never do that, by the way, right? They would never do no shit like that. Actually, they would. We all know they would. They've probably done it to everybody watching right now. You've probably all been fished out and caught at least 5 times by the government. You probably have an alien nutsack and have no clue right now. Culture, the cult you are. We are advanced robots, maybe. I wouldn't put it past that, honestly. In this movie, though, I'm trying to think of the name of the movie. It's a sci-fi movie. It's really good. Um, they are in like a fake fucking town, a fake, uh, the desert and everything. It's like fake, right? Like it looks real as shit. Um, and eventually they find out, like by like running or some shit like that. They bust through one of the windows or windshields of, I guess it's like the perimeter, and they find out like it's a projection, right? And they think that these government agents are human, and they're actually machines, right? They're like machine beings. Um, I'm trying to think of the name of the fucking movie. It's crazy. It's crazy. But in essence, Earth was like a giant fish tank in this movie. It wasn't, a real planet or anything. And the ETs weren't so fucking cool either, by the way, not in this film. Odette says you're not ready for the answer. They told me to take over the world and unite all religions and then bring in a one world government. They told you that too? They told me the same thing. How about it? How about it? They told me the same thing. You get taken by aliens nightly. Well, I wouldn't mind getting taken by an alien if she was hot. I'd be totally into it, right? I'd be totally into it. Like, take me to your leader. I would be into it if aliens were like beautiful women, on the spaceship, and they needed some of my genetic material. That way they could create a hybrid race. I would be down. I would be all into that experiment. Just saying. Right? I'd give them all the genetic material they can handle. For real. Acronym EVE, Earth Vehicle Exploration. Well, there you go, right? She calls herself Ishtar. She's a shape-shifting alien. I've been with some girls that are pretty, flexible. Would I consider them shapeshifters? Maybe, right? And I've been with some women who can completely, flip the switch on you and turn into, demonic beings on like the drop of a hat, dude. So, I think there's a lot of human women that are shapeshifters. Just saying. Right? Who's your daddy? Yeah. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Who's your daddy as you're giving him your genetic load? Shit. Oh my god. They're gonna ban this video. I mean, dude, who doesn't enjoy a good probing? No shit. I've been probing people my whole life, man. Probing's my favorite thing to do. Actually, my favorite pastime is to probe people, women in particular. Sorry, fellas, I don't probe guys. just the females. And I don't get probed either. Although I have had a couple of girls try to, try to probe me. uh, those were experimental times, but I got super defensive and insecure as soon as they tried to, stick their finger there. So, um, just a hole in just a hole in a heartbeat. Oh my god. Yeah. Look, it's weird. She has bird feet but a human body. Uh I don't even know what to say to that. We were just talking about feet earlier, you know. My last girlfriend had pretty feet. I need a new girlfriend, guys, for real. I'm getting desperate if I'm talking about dumping my genetic load on ET women, who is not probed. Oh shit. Um, but I'm sure that I'm certain at this point that nobody is gonna fuck with me after listening to this. They're gonna be like, no way, no way. Uh, there's no way I'm dating that guy. He's a weirdo. Um, but you never know, right? Some girls are into that shit. Some girls are totally into weird guys like me. And if not, I would have never got laid in life. Very obviously, you know. So there's a few that like weird people. Um, so it is what it is, right? Now accepting applications. If you're looking for my genetic material, I got you. I got you. I need to dump some genetic material. Giant sunspot may eject solar flares at Earth, and I may eject genetic loads. Um, and look, this is just more of the same. I can't even be serious at this point. I'm tired as fuck and slap happy, and been rocking and rolling for hours. Now I'm talking, dirty and shit. I just lost probably all of my subscribers. Not really. I probably gained subscribers, honestly. For real. I don't even care anymore. I got the ones that matter. That's all that matters, right? I got the subscribers that actually matter. Um, People that's truly down with me, Uh, there's a few. You guys have watched for years. It's so crazy to even see like these same. You can be my girlfriend, brother. No, no, no. You asked for it, John. Hey, I did ask for it. I did ask for it. Are you asking for it? Is the question. I have a lot of genetic load ready to go. Trust me. Um, I've been out of action for a while, for a couple months. So. Uh, uh, Satan has derailed this conversation. Yeah. Satan has definitely derailed this conversation. That's hilarious. He said, I, Satan, have derailed this conversation. Alright. Woo. This is why I'm the best disinformation specialist. You are. You're a fucking beast. You step into the room and shit just goes sideways instantly. Love the love. I love the love. I love the lust too. I'm not gonna lie. I love the lust too. Isn't lust part of the love though? It's not worth love, like loving, if you don't lust after it a little bit, right? Just saying. I call it passion, right? Passion. That's what the world is missing. Like on some real shit, people, uh, in general, You know, like they don't have passion for any fucking thing anymore. Um, they don't have passion for the work they do. They don't have passion for life, passion for creativity, um, passion for knowledge, you know, passion for nature, let alone passion for love, you know, and expressing that love. You know, there's nothing wrong with being, a freak when you love somebody, man. You know, there's nothing wrong with being excited about loving people, at all, on some real shit, and that's the sad part is people fucking choose money over love now, all the time, all the time. Um, Not just that, people choose convenience, routine over love now, all the time. Yeah. And people get stuck in shit relationships because they do that too. You know. Uh any good, fiery fucking relationship is gonna be full of passion. Any good anything with true love is gonna be full of fucking fire, it's gonna be full of passion. And that's where I think people get it twisted. For real. They get it twisted. They think that boring, mundane, never being questioned or challenged in their, like that's the ideal relationship or something. It's fucking nuts. It's nuts. Or, who has the most money? Who can buy me the most? I feel like real love, it makes waves, man. It makes waves. It's powerful. It doesn't just make waves between you and another person. Yeah. It's it makes waves in the world, because it inspires others. It really does. If people are around genuine, love, they're inspired to love more. Too much trouble. Yeah. What do you mean too much trouble? There's not too much trouble to really love. And you know what? And on some real shit, the trouble's worth it. The trouble's worth it. I want the sparks to fly in my life. That's hilarious, bro. Uh, I'm just keeping it real though. Like I'm on my soapbox as I'm wrapping up here, and um, these are the things I think about. This is like what I strive in life for. I want the most genuine fucking life on planet Earth. The most genuine, true to myself, reality I can have. Try years. Hey, I mean, I've done shit for years too. I've done it. Um, and I've wasted years on motherfuckers. I have, but I'm grateful for the experience. And before I waste years on anyone else again, I'm gonna make damn sure that they're worth spending that time with. One thing I've had to learn the hard way, and this sucks, but I've had to learn, that that sometimes you can, love people, but they're just not meant for you, you know? Like, that's a hard lesson to learn. Like, okay, I love this person, but, you know, uh, they're not meant for me, that kind of thing. Because life and love to me depends on a lot of, it's like, it's reciprocal, right? It's reciprocal. So, um, true love, there's passion on both ends, there's fire on both sides, you know. Um, true love is dedication on both sides, like genuine dedication, not obligation. That's different. Where, there's many of people that fucking do life together strictly out of convenience and because they're obligated to, whether they have kids or, it's just whatever situation, but they're obligated to it, and then they act like, that's a successful relationship because you're obligated to be together and, all of that. We're successfully loving. You can have love for someone and not be in love, and, obligation is not love, right? You're just fucking obligated. You're stuck, or you feel stuck, in a lot of those scenarios. Um, to me, true love, you choose each other for sure. Uh, you know, the world won't understand true love usually. They won't understand it. They won't comprehend it. Because it's so rare. It's so fucking different than what most people experience. And usually when people fucking see that there's fireworks, there's sparks between people, others are jealous, right? And they'll try to break that up. People will come try to shit on your parade. If they think that, you got the real deal, they're jealous and, they want it, you know. Which which sucks, right? It sucks that people are that way, you know. We gotta learn to look at a lot of things differently in this world. Honestly, in love being the number one thing, that we look at differently. Social media and shit like that has made it so goddamn convenient to get in and out of relationships and all of that, that people don't try anymore. They're like, oh shit, I can just, the next best thing just DM'd me. you know? So there's no true commitment when it comes to that kind of shit, because social media has created a lot of, it's destroyed relationships, it's destroyed the concept of, you know, monogamy and all of that, honestly, just to keep it real. Um, and that's what when I think of what type of person I would want to be with, um, I definitely don't want somebody that, is going to run to social media on me every time, we have an argument or something like that. That would suck, right? And I've seen those kind of people and been with those kind of people in years past, you know. And I've been that person in years past too, So I think we've all been the bad guy and the good guy in a lot of different stories, in a lot of different stories. But I'm at the point now to where I don't care if people think I'm a bad guy or a piece of shit or whatever. I'm gonna speak my mind. I'm gonna be myself, regardless of the outcome, because I have to live with me. I have to live with me. And we all have to live with ourselves. So we ultimately need to all be comfortable in our own skin and comfortable with the person we are when we finally step our foot in the grave. And like I said, I don't want to leave this earth without knowing that I gave it my fucking all in every aspect of life. Every aspect. I want to know that I didn't leave nothing on the fucking table. That I went after it all. And that I played as hard as I could the game of life. And that I fought as hard as I fucking could. And that I loved as hard as I could, honestly. And that, I took risks. I took huge risks. And I think it's more than most people will do. We all take a risk. Anytime we go for something, especially in the realm of truth and conspiracy and all that, you're taking a risk by speaking your fucking truth just on Facebook and posting memes. You're risking your ass now. Things are that intense. Things are that crazy. Your friends will turn against you. Your family. People think you're a lunatic. All that kind of shit. Well, I don't know, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm definitely with a hair on fire. A brother has love in their heart. Yeah, man. No doubt. No doubt. And I'd be perfect or the model of love, or anything like that. But I do have love in my heart, I do have love in my heart. Even for the people that I feel have wronged me, or the people that have fucking left me hanging, or, the people who've turned their backs on me. I still love those people. The people who's tried to fucking kill me, I still love those people. It's, you can get used to that, which is sad. Right? You can get fucked over so much that you get used to being fucked over. And that's not a good place to be, ever. Let me tell you that, too. You can be used to being betrayed to the point that you expect to be betrayed. And that's shitty, man. We all deserve a lot better, probably, than the lives we've been dealt. And we all should do our best to appreciate just being alive. For real. Appreciate all that we do have. Appreciate one another. Because that's more than enough. Well, look, guys. Make sure to hit the like wherever you're watching from. Hit the like, hit the thumbs up. No matter what platform you're watching on, please follow, subscribe. No matter where you're at, to social media: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, D Live, Twitch, YouTube, both the YouTube channels, the main and the backup, BDP2. Yeah, LinkedIn, um, Trovo. Just make sure to go on all the different platforms and follow and subscribe to my channels. I would greatly appreciate it. And like I said, I got 2 strikes on my YouTube channel, so definitely go to the other ones. For sure. Um, because it's been fucked up lately when it comes to that. And everybody hit that like, hit that thumbs up, the little heart wherever you're watching from. That helps tremendously too. And make sure to comment. When the video's over, I want to see comments galore under these videos on all the platforms. At least one. Say fuck you. Even I don't care. I'll laugh at it. But just a comment, guys. Comment something, and share these links. I share it on all my social medias. So if you're a lazy ass and you can't take a moment to share it for me yourself, you can go right to my social medias and just share right from there. I've already got it posted, fam. So, and please donate and support. I don't know how to stress this enough. They have crushed me, dude. Honestly, with the censorship, with the strikes, with all of it. I would love to be able to use a camera again when I'm doing videos, but I had to just get what I could afford as far as a PC. So, I have put a fundraiser on PayPal down in the description below. Please support me in the fundraiser. This is not just helping for content and the channel. I'm trying to get on my feet in life too. So I'm not in the greatest, most stable, situation. And I'll leave it at that. I'll just say, it's been really fucking rough, y'all. I'm not playing. Really rough. So, the last couple of months, especially, I've spent most of the time living in airports, and I'm not in an airport right now. But I might as well be. So, I might as well be. The struggle has been real, so I need your guys' help if you can. And if you guys need help with any type of graphics or logos or anything, any audio, video, editing and engineering, any post production, social media promotion, strategy, anything like that, hit me up on that. I put together my resume over on LinkedIn for people that needs work in this particular field, content creation. So if you're interested in that, also you can. I'm in Voyage or whatever magazine, Baltimore edition. So people can check out my little portfolio in that as well. So I have the resume on LinkedIn, the portfolio, and the magazine. Check those out. I'm always looking for people. I can only do volunteer right now because I just can't afford to pay nobody. But if people want to volunteer and help me out in any way, as far as like uh just with the show, the channel, I am looking for like a real deal partner now. Somebody that's not gonna try to get in and take me down from the inside. Somebody that's gonna actually be loyal to me and really do it just because they want to help, and help me and help the channel and not try to change my vision and, all of that shit. I'm not down with that, I've done it by myself far too long to let someone come in and, change the vision. And, I have, I set goals with this shit, and, I would love to reach them. I would love to reach them. I'd love to do it with other people. Nobody wants to spend their entire life alone. That's a fact. And this is a very isolating field. Because the truth is not fucking popular. With people. Most people would do anything they can to avoid hearing it. And then the government and shit like that is intense these days. So it's very intense. So we gotta make sure we have trustworthy people around us, loving people around us. And like I said, any day shit could pop off. So don't leave anything unsaid. Don't leave anything unsaid in your life. If if you care about people in your life, let them know. Let them know they're important to you. Spend your time with the people you do love, you care about. Don't let the things that really do matter to you in your heart and your soul pass you by. Don't let those things pass you by. You'll regret that shit more than you've ever regretted anything. Oh, yeah. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Subscribe, follow, comment, share. And you can contact me, 513-393-2396, 513-393-2396. You can reach out and text and say what's up, or contact me, for readings and shit like that. I do tarot readings. They are $75. I'll do shorter ones for $50. And if you want tarot plus the astrology, it's $100. Text me. And we'll, book your appointment first before you just go dropping the dough and all that shit. And private Discord shows will be back this weekend. Extended readings, and I got a new Dropbox I'm trying to get set up too. So all of that should be here by this weekend. The private content for all the patrons. But. That's why I'm asking for people to donate and support too. All those things cost money. The drop boxes, all the shit does. So I need your guys' help. PayPal, Venmo, Patreon, Cash App, Facebook Messenger Pay. And thank you so much. Let's see. Odette, Stool Purger, Narrowgate, Janine Burnett. I would love to help you if you were here. Well, dude, I'm so down to fucking travel. It's not funny, And that's another thing. If you would ever, you're in the area, if you're in Ohio or Kentucky, tri-state area, I'm always open to meet people and shit like that, for real. I'm open to have phone conversations, That's why I give it out the information too. That's why I tell people to text me, You know, don't be a stranger, dude. We don't have enough time to, to bullshit around anymore. You know, we're all we have, and you're not gonna find other people like us. You know, so yeah, we're all we got. You know, so we got to stick together. You know, and we should be texting. We should be talking. You know, we should be meeting. We should be doing those things, like for real. And that's why I'm bringing back all the Discord shit and stuff because, I stopped doing all that. I got burned a lot, by doing it, and I don't give a fuck. How bad I get burned this time. I'm committed to it. So, and I will say this: one of the coolest things is I've got to meet subscribers and shit. In real life. That's been the most fun thing. I've had kind-hearted people that have never even met me, that have, let me come stay on their couch or fucking, you know what I mean? Like, dude, you're a real deal person, if you're willing to open your home up to me. Like, seriously, that's a heart of gold, And I can honestly say that I've met a few of those kind of people. Some of them wanted to kill me secretly. Some of them hated me secretly. But for the most part, most of them were just good souls, and one or two wanted to have sex with me, which, either way, it's all good. I wasn't mad at that either. So, thank you guys. I'm going to quit rattling on. Thank you so much for watching. Like I said, text, email, like, share, comment, subscribe, and donate. Links are below. I love all of you guys, man. For real. Jesus is the truth, way, and the life. God bless you all. I'll see you next time. Peace.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies